All right, let's party. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, 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 welcome. We back, and hopefully this time the Comcast doesn't explode on me. I think we're good. Fingers crossed. But how's it going, nerds? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I think I got caught up on all the various howdy doodies. How you doing? Maybe I have not caught up on the. Oh, there we go. How you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Instant Z's? How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing, Mini Dow? How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing, Matthew? Thank you for the sub. And how you doing, Muttgrin? And how you doing, also, Supremely Noise to you, Matthew. And also, Mini Dow, thank you for the sub. Thank you. I think there's a sub in there. I had to do a little restart thingy just because the stream was not starting regular style, but I think we're good. How you nerds doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good, honestly, because I don't know. It's weird. I've been VTubing for like 6 years, and I don't know how to do a proper cool reveal. But yesterday, like Nazunamama got me back the final copy of my new Live 2D outfit, which I'm very excited about. I want to. I'll say, how you doing, nobody? How you doing? Oh, was it a good family dinner at least? Family dinners are still pretty fun, so that's probably a good time. Behold the claw. I don't know, like, I don't know how, I don't want to like show too much, especially because like oh god, rigging is going to be a pain. I have a problem. I have a problem where I'm the most complicated VTuber lad at all times. I don't know why I need to be this complex, but it'll be fine. But yeah. I got all kinds of claws in the new form. It's really good. It's I hate every way you phrase that, Matthew. Every bit of that's bad. Nerd. But yeah, no, that is ready to go now. I have like a couple of people potentially for like potential riggers. I know I have like a couple. Like I know there's a couple that I know. There's like every now and then, like the nice thing about following a bunch of VTubers is somebody will just like go onto like Twitter and be like, "Oh, check out this cool model I found." I'm like, ooh, that nice. Ooh, that's real good. Oh, maybe affordable. We'll find out. We'll find out once I show the million billion toggles. Also, for today's model, I forget if you guys have ever seen the. I mean, you guys probably remember these very vaguely. These are from the Emperor's Children box last year. It might even be longer than that. When the fuck did Emperor's Children box come out? 2025, I think. Yeah, I'm seeing like roughly. Okay, I'm seeing like roughly January of 2025. So definitely well over here. Like these legit. Big game. Oh, let's go. Like, yeah. Him's got like the very nice design that's like very like, you know, like they are a marketable plushie to a certain degree. But that's also kind of nice. It's like I don't know. It's for me. I purposely go out of my way to make my space like less inviting to kids because I just don't want to deal with that. But there are definitely some that are just like, oh, if you give like, I don't know, maybe girl would have been good for that at the time. Or just be like, yeah, this is creature. That's how you doing, Jay? How you doing? Welcome. Fair warning. Oh no, it's that bad, huh? It's gonna be that bad. Also, how you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? Yeah, I got a bunch of these infractors, and one thing I want to try doing is I need to figure out how I want to do the gold on some of their trim. I'm doing gold on some of the trim. There's a guy roaming around that murders people on the bike trail. He's an absolute psychopath. I'm torn because on one hand I like that one. On the other hand, that is like baby's first pun book pun. Well, I don't know. I still like it though. So you got to play to the audience that shows up, and unfortunately that audience is me, motherfucker. I guess I should say unfortunately, and also like you did this on purpose. I know, you harlot. You go to other VTubers and test out puns. I thought we had something special, but nah. So it's fair. I did like that one. I do like that one. I think it's because unironically over the years I've heard enough people do like, yeah, like it's always kind of weird that like for the longest time growing up it was always the like people used to treat the Joker like legitimately kind of seriously when I was growing up, and then eventually like now the Joker is like kind of inherently a joke in a funny way, but like more kind of like yeah, I'm the Joker, baby. I'm a twisted fucking psychopath. I think it's probably just a little bit of pushback against that kind of like sort of like edgy period. But yeah, that's true. You're probably like hell out of practice. But yeah, I got these. These guys are. I've had them for fucking forever. I'm still at that weird bit where it's like, I'm like, this is gonna sound dumb. Like I have my big old pile of models. So it's like I know the big pile of models and like what goes into where and whatnot. But like I don't. Let's see, what's the best way to say this? I also need to like arrange the paints. Basically, like I have things that I can see, but actually for like projects that are ready, and then also that I can just like pull out and start painting. Surprisingly hard. Like these guys don't even have bases, but I these guys were sitting on my airbrush table. Oh god, for like months. Just be like, all right, I'm gonna eventually go back and like take them in and do some stuff, and that just never manifested. That did not fucking manifest. Also, this guy doesn't have a head, and I was like, why the fuck does he not have a head? And then I remembered, like, oh yeah. I wanted to do that thing where like really professional mini painters we'll just have like the head separate and kind of work on it like really close up, like really put all their attention into it. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try that, and I don't even know where the head is. But how you doing, Black Rose? How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, it's like also for anyone who missed movie night yesterday, I need you to watch She. I need you to go track down the movie She. It is insane. So it's really making me itch for Gamma World. I know like I know there's like a VTuber that was like, hey Hal, you're the TRPG person. I want to get out of my shell and do a little bit more TRPG gaming. And I was like, okay, I'll wait till after my move and then get some together. Now I'm like, maybe I could trick them into maybe I could like trick them into Gamma World. I mean, Gamma World's a fun system, but it's not one that like people typically know or aware of. Like it's a shame because arguably like something that I always thought was kind of interesting about Wizards of the Coast is that like, and I've mentioned this like a decent amount of times, I always like those really like those like side games that kind of come out whenever they do like a big edition change. Like so it's like 3.5 and then 3.5 created Star Wars Saga Edition, which I like, and then like 4th edition created Gamma World. And like altogether, both of those I find significantly more interesting than the actual games that they kind of spawned out of, which is very funny. RTS game. No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. Also, God, I feel about the work. It's funny. Once again, like I compared to my usual time off, I wasn't even just like locked up in my room just going full neat. I just straight up was just like lifting, but like man, just going back and doing my old guild shit was exhausting. It was exhausting. It's also kind of weird too because like I think I might have mentioned this. There's like right before the move, I was looking to maybe like transfer to a different department in my guild, and that did not go through. But I'm actually like weirdly okay with it because like the amount of stuff they were talking about making me like have to do was just like oh I'm just gonna be miserable then. Hi, how you doing, Bonnie? How you doing? Welcome. Hey, to be fair, I have not been around much. I've been gone for a while, but I've returned, which is good. Glad that these guys have trim, but not like a crazy amount. That's like pretty legit. Also, how you doing, Hug Your Dogs? How you doing? Welcome. Oh god, that's awful. Yeah, that's always a tricky thing. Is like the sort of like duties as assigned concept means just some days you're just like, oh, I'm gonna be getting like a fuckload of work for no pay. But it's also like now that the job market is really weak, where it's like, well, at least I'm getting paid, which you know that's also just kind of like an inherent like sort of like control lever someone can pull on you. Yeah, these guys. I think I was trying to like say I initially primed them with this. I might go. I think I'm going to kind of mix and match between these. I think because I did these with the Noise Marines, but mix and match some of these kind of like darker purple reds, like a more actual red. We'll just kind of generally see how that goes. I know there really has, and like it's also getting worse because like at the guild like AI stuff is really starting to creep in. So it's like ooh, okay, we'll see how this goes. Because it kind of leaves me in like one of those. How you doing, Ars? How you doing? it leaves me in like a really weird spot where it's like the guild doesn't pay very well, but the job security is fucking insane. As in like as long as I don't like roll out into like a street and just like decide just to like eat someone's dog like right in front of them, I'm probably fine staying at the guild. Oh, it really is. I have it's such a bot that I have like 3 or 4 different variants on here. I have the problem with like a lot of Vocaloid songs that I like. If I like one, or like specifically like the covers, that I will download a bunch and I will just kind of just keep listening to them forever. Ooh, there we go. So this is Glittering Loot, and I was seeing what would happen if I use this kind of like lighter like flesh tone as sort of like the kind of like base layering to a dry brush on that, and the answer is that looks really fucking baller. Why was that the example? No reason. Oh, I think the reason when I usually think about like things like that, I usually use like fuck their dad as an example. I don't know why. It's something that I think I just picked up over the years. Like, oh man, like they treat me like I walked in, started fucking their dad, and it's like it's. I think I was just trying to mix it up. I was trying to just kind of make it a little fresh and different. The biggest sport mistake. You played a sport. I understand. Don't worry. You can be saved. Well, for me, it's like it's like I'm not even into dads, but I find that like calling someone a motherfucker has sort of been normalized by society, just like as an insult. It's like in the way that like you're like, oh no, they said the HE double hockey sticks, but now people will just say hell all the time. I say like hell yeah as like a greeting more or less. But if you call someone a dad fucker, they get upset. So it's like, you know, it's still useful as like both like an insult and like a metric of just like things getting bad. So like I think that's like you know what I mean by that, right? Oh no, Machi Ichima is like it's weird. I don't know if, like I go back and forth on whether I would say she's my favorite VTuber singer, but she's definitely one that I think is like the most technically skilled. She's really fucking good. It doesn't necessarily. I mean, they could also be like Yujiro and just like fuck dads to assert dominance. Like you never know. You never know. I think like I want to still keep like a little bit of silver on some of the trim just because this is also kind of word bearers, I guess. And the song Alice's Restaurant, that might be true. I don't know that song off the top of my head. I'd rather guide my dad with my mom. Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun to mix it up one day though. Just like it's like and I'd rather guide my mom into my dad. People are like, oh, this is getting buck wild. My dad could fuck your dad. See, exactly. You guys know what I'm talking about. You get what I'm talking about. Women exist, big if true. That's also kind of a funny thing. I'll say, how you doing, Derp? How you doing? Thank you for the money. Thank you. Especially now. Especially now, money good. I need to put together it's so weird. It's gonna sound really dumb. I wish I could get my brain to work so I could just do a subathon for like because I think that would help for the new outfit rigging. But it's like, man, I don't know. I never know what to do for them. I get like real like ooh, so I don't know. It would probably be a good idea to do. So I'm like, what do for subathon? What if I played Tau Fire? I don't know why it always goes back to Tau Fire Warrior. I think it's because in my brain that game is like the equivalent of like when somebody plays like a Kuso game as like a Batsu sort of deal. 8 rats for subs. Oh god, I mean that is something I did very early on in my VTubing career. I did paint rats for subs. I painted 60 of them, and then it was supposed to be just a September project, and then it took until March, and I was actively painting 2 rats a stream. I forget. So I'm debating if I want to do it so either next week or probably in June. So like I've been a VTuber for 6 years, but I didn't do my big celebration thingy because of the move, and it's the thing I'm thinking about doing to kind of like weirdly kind of mix it up on this is actually do I want to go through my Twitter, and that sounds stupid, but hear me out. Like, because like a lot of what like Twitter, I think is like a good metric for like how I change as a VTuber. Like, I want to look at like my old schedules and see what games I was playing. It's like a good kind of like immutable archive of like what I've been up to. And I think in that regards, that would be kind of legit. Ultramarines for money. Oh god, that'd be kind of fun. How you doing, Moral? Yeah. Technically, these are a splinter warband of some of my word bearers, but they are Emperor's Children models, and they are Slanesh worshippers. So hell yeah. Yeah. So initially, it's weird. Every now and then, I'll have like maybe this will be the army that I'll finally go into. Like, I will play a modern 40k. So I could hang out with some of the people at the shop, and that's lessened a bit since I've moved to this other shop. But these guys, like, you know, they still I could still run them in 3rd edition as just like typical Marines, like just like assault Marines, you know. Them having a fancy sword that is not particularly different than a chain sword, that still works. That still tracks. As well. Paying the Warhammer tax for the year could be a stream. Wait, what in particular is the Warhammer tax? Oh yeah, I mean, you should do it. So I'm very biased in heresy towards the word bearers just because they're fucking rad. But I do see every now and then somebody do like a really, really nice looking like loyalist Emperor's Children thing, and I'm like, ooh. Okay, those are pretty legit. Those are nice. I'm just gonna keep going on the trim, but yeah, I no, that's a mood. It's see, I find painting Horus Heresy stuff pretty fun just because like I can just do like a one-off console or whatever and feel good energy. The big thing I'm going to need to do though, which is something I'm probably going to shoot for this Sunday, is like I said, my local scene has started doing what's it called? Has been doing Mordheim some more. I was able to feel the mostly painted Mordheim warband when I did some demo games this past week. So like I want to get that fully done, and I found them. Let's see. I can show you some of the like little models that are going to go into that. So I have so much fucking fun. I did like one big final print before I went off for my move. I also printed off these. So I was given a Primaris Repulsor a while ago, and I found out that there are STLs to give them tank treads, so I did that. Yeah, there we go. These are big rats. Grab the little accessory guide. There we go. Project Reel. So yeah, there we go. I got this. These are from Rescale Miniatures. This is like one of their rat sorcerers, and then this is, I think it's supposed to be like a soldier guy, but I'm going to rip off the arm because I want them to be very less tech. And I found a bunch of these that I just had in my STL. This is the nice thing about having like a big backlog of STLs is like, I'm like, oh, these are like infected peasants. I'm just going to cut the peasant away and just use like the big, like kind of like spore globules and kind of just like replace this dude's arm and put that in there. Cause I'm going for Clan Pestilence, Skaven. So that might be my first like big project for the house, because I would like to get that done, because I got the peer pressure from my peers to do that. So, which I mean, hey, it's cool. We actually are doing, I think, potentially 2 different Mordheim leagues. One of them is going to be very yeah, you know, just like it's going to be very casual, just play when you can. We'll keep track of stuff, but like if the opponent has too many dudes, you can hire on some free mercenaries and it's not a big deal. And then we're probably going to do a couple that are like, oh yeah, this is like a big Mordheim day. Show up with big Mordheim day with your big Mordheim day list. And this is going to be like not like serious, but like this is like you're showing up for an event. That's like a big thing for if you've ever had trouble with like getting campaigns going. It seems like more and more places I have been seeing really get better juice out of just like having everybody everyone just decide on like a set day and just going from there. Like that does seem to get a lot of people more like sort of like more on board with it. I think it's just because like it's some like unfortunately like adults my age have a really hard time with commitments, which you know, life and stuff. Um, but like if you're just like, all right, one day we play all day. Yes, it do be more time indeed. Took a pill that I thought would make me muscular, but actually made me unable to blink. I had taken steroids. God, this is fucked up. It's fucked up because like I've been without puns for 2 weeks. I'm just weak against them now. All of my beautiful resistances, all my hard crunchy tsundere shell has just like shattered immediately. It's horrible now. I'm like, what am I gonna do with my life if I start laughing at every pun? All the other VTubers are gonna track me in like dark alleys and give me wedgies and shit. It's not gonna be great. It's not gonna be great. I'm gonna blame you mostly, Jay, but I'm gonna blame everyone else for letting it happen. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. But yeah, no, I'm pretty excited for like the big Mordheim thing because like it's what's it called? Came on the Echoes Chamber. There we go. Fun. That's on Roombas. Let's go. I still every now and then like have like I don't have a particularly messy house, but I still feel that allure of like, what if I just got a Roomba? Like what if I just got a Roomba? That might be fun. That might be fun to do. So what I am doing is I tested this earlier that if I take this dark flesh tone and then I dry brush it with glittering loot, it makes like a pretty solid gold. So I'm going in and just kind of like painting face like. I'm just trying to go in and just sort of like paint all the various bits like that. Also, how you doing, Chaucer? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I do really like dry brushing it. It's really good because like it's like stuff I can do with it is really legit. So thank you for your sub. Thank you. How you doing? I'm painting some technically word bearers, but realistically more Emperor's Children style guys. I'm also using this as a way just because because trim is the devil. I mean, I will say if you're like I like chaos but I hate trim, Emperor's Children are surprisingly good for that. Like they have it. But it's mostly around like the wrists and some other areas. Oh, thank you. The movement pretty good. I'm still like opening boxes and moving stuff. Like I just recently got what was it called? I built a shelf that I had collapsed and I just put all my because like I used to have like a cleaning supplies closet and I don't really have that same closet space anymore. So I just put I do have a much larger bathroom now though. So I can just like have that like kind of wire rack with all my cleaning supplies and whatnot in there. And it's been really nice. Been really legit. So yeah, the move has been pretty great. Like it's great in the fact that it's done. I'm still fucking tired though. I'm still so fucking tired. I'm just like, I'm looking forward to the weekend so that way so I can just fucking conk out. I crave the conk. I'm just so ready to catch up on some Z's. But otherwise the move went pretty well. Like nothing broke. That's always another one of those like lingering fears of like what if I move and in the middle of the move my PC breaks? Like my PC just becomes like totally unusable and it's like, oh no, what do I do? What do I do if that happens? Don't really got like a backup. My other computer is an incredibly ancient laptop, which maybe in theory. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's still like, I'm already feeling that for painting supplies. Like for my, I got basically everything put together, but I was like, oh wait a minute. I used to have like a little dropper bottle for enamels, for basically for putting mineral spirits into the enamel container, and I don't know where that went. And I need to find that at some point. Oh, but what purple? I'm basically doing this is evil. I'm red, and then also I'm gonna try to use this as like a kind of like a purple darker, and then I also have like a bit of a brighter red. I kind of want to mix this kind of like purple red area, and then like a brighter red area, just to kind of mix and match, just kind of like it's like half sort of Emperor's Children, half kind of word bearsy. I'm gonna do something like that. I also wonder if I should just maybe focus on 2 of these guys at the time. That might actually. I have a whole. So these come in units of 5. This guy is probably my favorite though. I like he's got like an advanced beaky helmet. He's got the shit. Maybe I'll work on 3 and just kind of like focus my efforts there. And that way, I have like maybe something to show. Yeah, luckily I'm in like a maybe not. I'm in an apartment, so I don't think there's like that much I can really like lose per se. But like, I do feel it though. I'm probably going to be just finding like, oh yeah, I stuck this one mini in this one bag, and I'm just now pulling it out. that's if anything probably way more likely. Everything is trim fused. You're not wrong necessarily. That's probably not too far off. I mean, because at the end of the day, trim is just really like a detail where you have to like paint without too much spillage and like really put your effort into it. Which is why I'm kind of doing it in this reverse order where I sort of paint the trim more first. And then I go back and sort of like fill in like the little bits I've kind of splattered over. But oh yeah, like I have so many little bits. So how you doing, Blanc? How you doing? Naming it. I mean, is it like an above the ground thing? Is it like is it within like kind of like human civilization? Is it within dwarf stuff? I'm pretty excited about the Mandos. Those are some models I could start building. I do have the Super Commandos from the Shadow Collective box. I do want to get those. Also, Chiffon Shrimp, thank you for the sub. Thank you. So how you doing, Lord Calvin? How you doing? How's the paint sticking today? Oh, pretty good so far. I mean, I'm mostly... so how you doing, Ray? How you doing? Welcome. So how you doing, Sam? You have not missed much. I am currently just... I'm doing some, like, laying down some kind of warmer colors for the trim. And then I'm going to dry brush a gold on top of there and then fix that up. But yeah, so yeah, it's really weird because, like, I'm pretty hyped for the Mandos, but also, like, whenever I do wargaming stuff, I generally like the idea of, like, kind of, like, pre-prepping my list. And I have legitimately no fucking idea. I have no idea what the list building is going to be like, especially because they're like, oh yeah, you can like flex things because of the clans. And I'm like, oh shit, they're cooking halflings there. It's fucked up. Is it the same family with each branches or different ones? Yeah, unfortunately, like I like coming up with my own stuff, but definitely when it comes to TRPGs, names are where I typically go online. I'm like, look up list of dwarf names. I'm good for basically everything else. I can do like backstories and like world building and whatnot, but names are where like random generators are my friend. This motherfucker has a bunch of skin. Because I started doing that. Oh yeah, these are from the Emperor's Children. I mean, they're called Infractors. They're basically, it's kind of weird. It's like I liked the Emperor's Children release to some degree, but they also did a bunch of really stupid decisions. Infractors are basically just like assault legionnaires, and then tormentors are basically just like regular gun legionnaires. I feel like a drunken and the name of some animal. Like if I was DMing and they're like, how we need a bar name, I would probably call it like the Drunken, something like that. It just feels like the most immediately fantasy thing to me, for sure. I know I've made up bars for my TRPGs before. It's actually kind of weird. It's been a while since I've actually ran anything explicitly fantasy-ish. Like, I've been doing a lot of, like, sci-fi and other games, but, like, it's been a while since I've ran, like, a proper, like, yes, 4 chucklefucks go into a dungeon for sick loots. Like, that has not happened in a long time. I kind of miss it to a certain degree. Yeah, I wish I could think of a name for you, but I am blanking hard on that one. I'm blanking on names. Good. Up some of the, I want to mix up some stuff on here. Snail and Boulder. I do like that one though. I keep thinking about like Drunken Snail though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like name generators are really legit for that. I guess I can start painting the skin on there. I also do, let me get some of the... I do a drab brown, and then the... Yeah, we can do that. We can give that a go. Emperor Shown versus Worldius, who wins? Whoever's writing the book. Once again, I'm telling you, it's power levels in 40k are stupid because they're just whoever the author wants to win. It doesn't matter. They don't fucking matter. Oh, Busty Dragon's really good. It's really legit. X-Ray cooking tools. Hey, let's go. Nice. It's tricky. So like, what, like, at least, do you know, like, so that's always the thing I've noticed with like 5th edition campaigns. It's like I found that the sort of like the expertise and like the tool usage kind of falls out of the wayside pretty quickly. Which is a shame because I feel like early on the system kind of sets you up to kind of do more with that. And I've never really seen one where that doesn't last past like level 3 and then it's just like, oh yeah, I'm a baker. It doesn't really matter. I'll learn a book written by an Ultramarine fan. If you're an Eldar, you're like, thing is, like, even Eldar are kind of a weird example where that, like, even in books written from the perspective of the Eldar, they still get wrecked because a lot of the authors really because, like, you know, Eldar are the tragic dying race. They are the ancients that have had their glory days are behind them. They are now clinging desperately to a galaxy. Their life is nothing but tragedy, unless you're Harlequins, and then you just kind of like bop around and find out. But yeah, for if I was like, if it was just trying just for pure survival, where it's like I would like to start from the beginning of the book and end up at the end of the book, random Imperial Guardsmen compared to an Eldar in a Ultramarine book, very likely to survive a lot more, very likely. Is that bull? I did have a name for this warband. I think they were called like the choir of agony or something like that. I need to go back and like re-put together my notes I put together for them. Do they not understand the concept? Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, most people don't. This is a Warhammer problem, but like really when you're talking to nerds that aren't like I will say like military nerds have numbers a lot better because that's their autistic focus is numbers. But sometimes just even like in a D&D thing, like sit down and just like look at the cost of like how much like a sword costs compared to like a stool, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Numbers never make sense, and that's fine, really, because like for the most part, numbers don't really matter. Numbers really don't matter. You can just kind of wiggle a lot for like, you know, like sure people can be pedantic, but if you're writing a story and there's like a cool big moment and then someone's like, wait a minute, based on the rate of fire, I actually think these artillery would have ran out of ammo within X amount of minutes, and like that's like not necessarily an invalid complaint, but a lot of times it's like military accurate like realism was not the subject of what this is going for. Barrels of what? You'll find out. Exactly. Yeah, just like weird miscellaneous currencies. This guy. This guy might be the only one that actually has like flesh on him. Let's add a little bit of silver in some spots too. Yeah, I don't know if the new box is going to be more than 300 for sure. I am curious how the because if I remember right, they said basically like the new box is going to like not have a full rulebook in it. Like I think I've heard something to that degree. I need to double check on the exact kind of like specs on that. Which in that case, that's not too bad. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, there's some. If you want some really good bad numbers though, there is a game called Riffs. And back in the day, they would just throw out numbers that did not fucking make sense at all. It was great. So how you doing, the Architect? Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Skate variety, and I think it's a potion vial. But yeah, I'm working on some Emperor's Children. Well, technically word bearers, but just Emperor's Children for just like simplicity. I think that gets the point across a bit quicker. Yeah, I think they even did that with like, I think basically everything to do with the size of Titans doesn't make any sense. But like more in the context of like, oh, this Titan is actually way smaller than they advertised it as. Like they're like, this thing is the size of a giant. It's like X amount of meters tall. And you're like, buddy, we got like moderate sized skyscrapers that are bigger than that. What do? I paint rats, and I will actually, no, realistically, assuming I get my Mordheim rats together, I will be painting some rats this Sunday, in fact. Fancy. Wow. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. So like, I mean, to be fair, this is something that I was sort of taught early on as like somebody who enjoys fantasy and stuff. Anytime you see a number in a fantasy game, like, and I'm gonna include 40K. Like, if instead of being like really accurate to the number, you just kind of shorthand that to a lot or like a few, it makes things a lot easier. So if you're like, oh, this Warhound Titan is like X feet tall, just like it's really tall. It's a lot tall. It's big. It's big. That's all you really need. Or like the fact that there's only like 1,000 of each chapter of Space Marines. Don't worry, that's dumb. Just at the time, just realize that what Games Workshop really meant to say is that there's not very many. They threw out the number 1,000 because 1,000 sounds like really cool and epic. Like, oh, there's only 1,000 brave fighting Ultramarines. What they really meant is like not a lot. They just want to say there's not a lot of Ultramarines. That's really about it. Oh, are you talking about those like gigantic, huge, like Russian, like mega miner things? Maybe they're not necessarily Russian, but I usually see those kind of pulled in that context. Yeah, those things are fucking massive too. Holy shit. Oh yeah, no, I mean you'll in general though you're going to lose to Autis when it comes to like any sort of counting or whatever. It's fine. It's going to happen. It'll absolutely happen. You just can't win. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of funny like here's that thing where it's like, oh, there's like the Emperor eats, I believe it's like 1,000 psychers a day, or it's 1,000 psychers a year. I think it's daily. I think the Emperor eats 1,000 psychers. And at the time, once again, the idea of like, if you say that the Emperor eats like a lot, even though that's 1,000, what they really meant to say, the Emperor eats a lot. The Emperor eats a ton of psychers a day. That's really sort of the draw of what they're trying to get to there. But they'll never clarify that because they like, at this point it also doesn't matter. I think even to a certain degree they realize that a lot of their stuff is just like number sound good, so they'll just go with number sound good. Psyker shrinkflation. I mean, which is funny because technically he's getting less psychers because of the whole Imperium Nihilus thing. It's you can't really ship them across, so it's like, well, I guess those psychers that are just like on the other side are just kind of breathing easy. I mean, not breathing easy because like everyone's going insane and whatnot, but like, you know, they're doing aight. I actually use my proper dry brush too. See, I don't have it written down yet. I mentioned a little bit. I did properly start up a blog, but I have not actually like written. Just rolled one of my brushes directly into the paint. It's great. Where like I haven't actually like put anything in. I think that's where I want to like really like sit down and try to get like my various headcanon lores for all my warbands and stuff into like a nice, easy to digest place. And then maybe link that to like I don't know, because like I want something that's like permanent enough-ish. Like I feel like I could just put that kind of stuff on like a Google Drive, but then like, you know, if like one day that Google Drive explodes, I'm just kind of fucked. I mean, that's really kind of true for a lot of like media archiving, though. To be fair, thousand souls die every day. I actually, it's really funny. I've got so the Golden Throne magic card has an ability that's like if you would die, you actually just sacrificed a Golden Throne and you remain with one life. I've gotten that to happen once. I've gotten that to happen exactly once, but it was a turn where I was taking chip damage. So it's like the Golden Throne saved my life, and then like I immediately died afterwards. I'm like, man, this is way less impressive than I thought this was going to be. I was really looking forward to when this particular line of, I mean, to be fair, it's effectively flavor text more or less. Like I know it can win you a game, but like you're playing it so you can sacrifice a creature for 3 mana, which is fucking bonkers, even if it costs 4 to activate. Yeah, and I guess like Voltron stuff. I think there's also some weird interactions though, where it's like because it doesn't remove commander damage. I think commander damage can still kill you. I think commander damage is important, should stay in EDH, but like sometimes it can lead to some real silly bullshit. Absolute fucking silly nonsense. Yeah, I like I said, I think eventually I will have like a more concise, like this is the like history, because like I keep getting inspired by a bunch of other people doing like cool blogs and stuff. Like those people, like there are gaming clubs that have like blogs for their own like little campaigns, where like they'll do like big battles with each other and kind of like write down the histories of their war bands and like show off all their stuff. And it looks like one of those things that like I think it'd be cool to do, but like I don't think everybody from my local scenes has that same level of interest. So if I just kind of do that on my own terms, I would be okay with that. How you doing, Doc Irving? How you doing, Steve? Welcome. Probably, I don't know if I've seen Death Removal of Wargaming, but I've seen similar bits. I've seen lots of people do that kind of stuff. Yeah, Hellstream, let's go. I kind of looked them up and it said musical artists, which is like I'm confused but interested. I'll have to check them out later. But yeah, I really like the idea of having that kind of like, what's it called? That kind of like written sort of record and stuff like that. I think it's also because like I did get inspired by the Jade Talons guy who like his stuff eventually got into a White Dwarf and kind of became like effectively canon. And I don't think that's ever going to happen for me, just because like I don't, you know, I use 3D printed bits and Games Workshop does not like that, and that's fine. I would never compromise like the models I want to use just for the sake of like Games Workshop. But it was kind of cool that he had his own thing up there that people could check out, and then like it just kind of paid off. It was real. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I'm gonna continue to be doing things pretty steady, except for I do have one thing. I will be missing the stream. Not for a while though. That'll be the 17th. I will not be on for the 17th because I'm gonna go visit some friends, which is good because of the move. I've been very antisocial, and some people have invited me to hang out. So I am going to be doing that, but otherwise, regular house streams. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, going like straight up fully 3D printed stuff is also valid too. I always really like, I don't know why, maybe it's just because I enjoy like having like that kind of like plastic resin mix, that I enjoy that quite a bit, but also, you know, get models however you can in this world. Yeah, I'm meeting people off. Well, I can't even, the thing is I can't joke about that because like I meet people off the internet a lot. Like I'm relatively social for a VTuber. So lewd. No, that's not happening. That's definitely not happening. Let's see it. Lad. Actually, I think I'm just gonna pull back again and just work on one lad. I think I'm just. Oh yeah, I forgot that I magnetized these bases ages ago. I think these are from the Leviathan box, so I just kind of ripped the models off of them. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna use you for other things. But it legitimately feels like I was starting to like lose my shit. Not like a real bad way, but I'm just like, man, if I don't, like, without streaming, it feels weird. The fuck do I do? Like, I guess I just play the Slay the Spire a whole bunch. That's all I know how to do. No, but like I mean, a lot of it was just being interested in the move too, you know. Is Iron Warrior sent down to? Oh fuck yeah, let's go. You have to let me know. Like it's kind of weird. So like I've been picking up older white dwarfs at my shop, and like they're definitely the older ones were better, but the new ones aren't like terrible. I will say. I did finally look at the one that was about like I picked up the white dwarf that was about like building your own Space Marine chapters because I thought that would be really, really cool. It is lacking. It is a bunch of very, very small D6 tables. And I'm like, oh, I was expecting a bit more tables on here, but all right. So I think I still kind of like, I was talking about that for like, basically for context is, I think it'd be cool for if I did, I'm still like 50-50. If I decide to do that Armageddon box, I think it'd be cool to like make a Space Marine chapter with you nerds and kind of like maybe roll some tables and vote on some results and stuff like that. I do really like older White Wolves though. They do have a lot of like really, really rad shit that I'm personally like super duper into. Like I like seeing like the conversions, and I like seeing when they're like, especially because like now everything's so siloed off, and then every now and then there will be like, hey, I did something real fucking crazy. I use a Horus Heresy head on my intercessor. Gasp. But like back in the day they would do like very legitimately like very involved kit bashes and like those like I don't know if they probably still do this, those like Tale of like Four Warlords or whatever. Where basically it's started in White Dwarf, and I know a couple people just do them just for funs. It's basically the idea of like you and somebody. It's basically like a 4-person slow grow league or like a war game thing, but also like you sort of document the process of like, oh, getting a little closer. Hey, it's a combustion. It's really funny too because people are like, oh my god, they're bringing back Mark 7 helmets on intercessors. I swear, and I will never understand this. There are people that straight up are like, the idea that like doing the most like, because people for years I would be like, they're like, well, these, you know, I'm okay with Primaris, but like, I won't get them because they don't have the helmet I want. And like, that's on one hand, that's kind of valid, but on the other hand, it's like, buddy, helmets are like the easiest thing to kit bash. Like legitimately a helmet swap is baby's first kit bash. You can totally just do that. Like, listen, eBay is filled with like people are giving away Mark 7 helmets. They're not like a rare commodity. Maybe they're rare these days. But then like as soon as it became like an official, I do think some people just kind of unfortunately need like a third party to validate their decisions. So that they're like, well, I think these helmets are cool, but I don't know. But they need Games Workshop to be like, no, these helmets are cool. And like, I always knew these helmets were cool. Yeah, I mean, honestly, scale is kind of so wobbly for like a lot of this size stuff anyway. I actually don't think it would be that bad. I don't think it would actually be like crazy. Like I've mixed and matched some Primaris stuff and some Heresy stuff before. It's not that outrageous. There's definitely a lot worse, you know. Yeah, the thing is like I don't think it's. I wouldn't even argue it's like a generational skill loss. I just think, unfortunately, the sides of the hobby that are like, I play Warhammer, and the sides of like the hobby are like, I do really creative shit, have like really sort of like self-isolated. It's like, once again, I'm like, the Inquisitor 28 community is like pretty open, but like it is basically kind of in their own section of the internet and on Instagram doing their own. I know the Instagram's the internet, but like basically they it's not like they're like hiding out or anything. It's just that like they're doing their thing, and then people who are just like, I just want whatever the regular vanilla models Games Workshop pulls that like releases and nothing else. They sort of get a lot more attention and spotlight. So like I don't think it's like a total lost cause, and I don't think it's like oh, the Zoomers don't know how to kit bash, but I do think because Games Workshop has really clamped down on like a lot of that kind of fun stuff in their like what's it called, not their books, but like, yeah, within like White Dwarf and stuff. sort of harder for people to kind of like really see what's going on there. So how you doing, Fuber? How you doing? How you doing? 2 big page spread. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I also have been thinking about the like what I would do for the orc side for that. And I still kind of liked it. So I was curious. I did like fucking setting research, which was really stupid. I was like, has there ever been a time where a human of any sort, Astartes or non-Astartes, becomes sort of the boss of an orc? And I'm not talking about like freebooters. I mean like they're like oh, you got a boss, and like just like kind of like fully in charge. I think that happened during one of the last Chancellor books. So it made me think of that idea that I've had ages ago of like, what if I did like an Iron Warriors guy. An Iron Warriors guy who's having a big brain plan where he wants to basically kind of like take over a small fighting force of orcs to kind of turn them into disposable soldiers. And goes up, puts on like a big fucking mech suit of like extra crunchy looking armor, just like crumps the boss, and then starts leading the rest of them. And with basically his Terminator retinue being like the Knobs equivalent, and then just like a bunch of boys and some other miscellaneous things, with the idea that they're like the rest of the Terminators are Knobs are just kind of like not super jazzed about it, but they're hanging on. But like the war boss himself is beginning to slightly change just because of like the latent Y energies. That's the thing I've been thinking about for a while. But I'm like, oh yeah, shit! With this new box, I could make that real. I could make that real. Two shock troopers, another heavy. I've basically seen. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, I would maybe go for the heavy machine armor guy because you have a higher chance of promoting one to elites, and elite heavy machine armor guys are really, really legit. Okay. In that case, yeah, I would maybe consider getting another heavy machine armor guy. Flamethrower's not a bad choice, honestly. Especially that heavy flamethrower can really barbecue shit. Though it's kind of, I would say it's almost kind of meta dependent. Like I don't know what your Grail scene is looking like. But like if you got like a pretty hefty Grail scene, that's probably not a terrible idea. I'm gonna get like the little muscle bits on there and start like touching up some of the reds and whatnot. I do think Sniper Priest is really funny in Papal States. I'm agreeing with Matthew there. But what I really like to do with that is what's it called? You give that the Papal Cross. You give the Papal Cross to your Sniper Priest, and that ways you can always aim. Like you can always aim and you can always dash. Like I know that rule immediately reads like, oh, I can use all my my cleric prayers without any risk of failure, and that's not wrong. But I do think making a priest get real fucking bananas bonkers good is really, really sick. Especially because you can do like really, really fun stuff with like pistol foo and whatnot. So okay, that one, I'm not feeling that one. But yeah, generally that is the way to go if you can. Like yeah, that's true. If you don't have a Sniper Priest, you do want to get as many elites as you can, just because like eventually you're going to have a time when like your guys start dying off, and the elites just have a way better chance of survival. Plus skills are really good too. And like that's also the thing too. Once again, the Sniper Priest does not need to have a sniper rifle. I know some people try running him with like a machine gun, which can be good, but you have to remember that because it's heavy. Now what you can do is try to like level it up and then just really, really, really hope you end up with that Strength of Sanson skill, which gives strong. And then you can give it the machine gun, and then you can really, really party. I don't know if I would purposely build towards that, but that is like a fun joke thing you can do. But you can because like if you want the shock trooper, which is kind of implying you want some more melee, you can give a Sniper Priest an auto pistol, and yeah, auto pistols are really good. I like double auto pistols, which is probably a bit overkill, but you know, there's like, you know, there's just the sheer DACA of that really, really spicy. Hey, Bashes. Hey, let's go. plate versus big ball for all that sounds rad as shit. Hell yeah, let's go. Jamie does sound like a rad lad. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad he got a nice shout out though. That's a really sweet thing to do. Good job, G-Dubs. You can make good decisions. God, fucking. Oh boy, Wizards of the Coast has made some interesting decisions lately. That's been fun. Apparently, the new One Ring in the Hobbit, one of them was accidentally plagiarized. It's such a weird scenario though, because on one hand, like the artist behind it, Dan Frazier, is like a really long running artist, but is also like really, really, really getting old. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that was the other thing, is that the arena people were like, hey, we're gonna make a union. And then Wizard of the Coast is like, you don't need a union, we're like family here, aka, you know, the eat shit. Yeah, it looked like it looks like it was like, it did seem like it was an accident, and like it kind of sounds, I keep hearing different things about Dan Frazier's like status, but apparently the dude is like 80 and is struggling, so I'm willing to believe it was like not malicious. But yeah, I'm hoping that the Wizard of the Coast will change their mind. I doubt it though. I think as much as Wizard of the Coast likes to be like, oh, we're like a cool progressive company, you know, once the money's there. Not gonna work out. Oh, also looks like we got ad break, so I'm gonna punch that in real quick. Sorry, Choto. There we go. All right, let's party. We back. Yippee! Let's go. Delicious Gatorade. I keep feeling like I was like should I update that? Maybe. Nah, it's fine. It's beautiful, beautiful and special in every way. We're trying to go. So I want some parts of these guys to still be red and other parts to be kind of more of that like the kind of leaving the purple color there. Maybe what I might do for those is maybe just do like maybe I just add in a little bit of maybe like a bit of black, or maybe I can like I don't know. I'll do something. Also, how you doing, Top Hat? How you doing? Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Say hey as much as you want. What you got to do? Oh, we're in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Tab. Yeah, it's like God. It's really funny because I have to imagine like I still love that the whole Pinkerton thing, because a lot of it was just like I can't believe Wizard of the Coast hired the Pinkertons, and then the next bit was like the Pinkertons are still around, because you would hear about Pinkertons and like the fucking like Billy the Kid, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, they probably went away like all kind of like cowboy things in history did. I know they're not cowboys, but they're in that like era, and you're like, no, still trucking. 6-hour-long riding bit. Ooh, hell yeah, let's go. Fucking, I mean, sometimes you gotta ride that wave as long as you possibly can. Oh yeah, like yeah, true. They are basically like corporate like nerd mercenaries, but it's like still fucking buck wild, you know? Oh yeah, no, they've been around a while, like straight up. They've been around forever. But like I, like many people, were just totally didn't realize that they were still around, if that makes any sense. Yeah, exactly. It does feel like if you found out that like the Templars were still trucking. I know there's probably some like actually in there, they kind of are, but like whatever, you know. That like disregard late stage capitalism, embrace late stage cowboy. Actually, no, late stage cowboy are so fucking miserable. It was like the cowboy life was dying out, and then like people would come in from the west and just like from the east and just like make everything ungodly expensive and horrible. And it was already horrible at the time. Like it just got worse in like less fun soul crushing way. Oof. I'm glad I'm not a cowboy. Apparently, like I think cowboys like as a job legitimately still kind of like rates pretty highly on like some of the worst jobs you can possibly do. Like it's just kind of just like a miserable experience all around. Get to Lost and Sauce again, the armor. I think I'm getting like the little bendy, the little. I guess this is like open black carapace. Maybe I'm not exactly sure if this is like a different rubberized layer. If this is just like exposed black carapace, it just leaves a little bit of flexibility stuff. It's one of those things that like I'm more knowledgeable about 40k than your average person, but it's like there's little details that will forever be lost to me. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Yeah. We've had that shit for fucking forever. The latest stage. Though apparently the reoccurring thing I see is that we're probably more like leaning sadly towards more like a weird like tech feudalism sort of deal. We're effectively like due to like layers and layers of like subscriptions and other bullshit that like we just sort of are we just return to peasants, and finally I will wear my shitty peasant hat, and I will eat the many terrible grains. I'm returning to peasant life. I don't think I could be like, once again, like I always think about that. It's like if the post-apocalypse happened, or if like I was forced to be like, oh well, how you got to do construction now? I'm sorry, like all the jobs that you're skilled at doing are just not going to happen. You just have to do raw manual labor. I know I would explode. Not that I find it like any of those are like shameful or anything. You know, I like relatives of mine were construction workers, and I remember like going to the job sites with them, and that was like both like a really good, pleasant memory, but also it's like, man, this is a lot of fucking work. Jesus. I mean, it already has. Like now we're getting that. It's. And I mean more like kind of like low stakes banditry, aka like pirating video games. Especially because like you got like what was like Sony is doing some shit where it's like if you don't validate your game within like 30 days of purchasing it digitally, they fuck your shit up, and it's like, my guy, why are you doing this? Like there was a pretty reasonable arrangement for like so many years where like you get a game digitally, and like you never really owned it, unfortunately, but like there's enough like lip service to ownership that you could be like, well, you know, Sony one day could totally revoke my license to this game I paid for, but realistically that won't happen. And it's just like, oh man, and Sony, why are companies so awful these days? It really fucking sucks. It's another one of those things I maybe should have done this a bit earlier, whatever. Oh, I want to be a knight. Actually, that's not true. I don't think I feel like, you know, I feel like if I wanted to be a knight, I could become a Ren Fair nerd. And like I like Ren Fairs. They're great. But I think my interest in Ren Fairs stops and ends at I want to go there and eat big turkey leg and just hang out. Like I've never really like I always think like maybe like cosplay and stuff would be fun. But like that's like a whole other hobby that I just like it's all whenever I look into it, because like sometimes I get the urge. Sometimes I'm like, what if I owned a crossbow? And like and you begin looking into it and you're like, oh yeah, no, this is like a whole like I mean it seems obvious where you're like, yeah, no, it's obviously it's a whole other hobby, but it's like it's a whole hobby that I'd be starting from nothing with like very little skill transfer, and then also just like it's a bunch of time and effort that I'd have to put in some other stuff. Does he also yearn for crossbow? Well, the thing is, he's doing it. He's doing the fucking like spear hit hunting. And I'm like, damn, he's already there. He's already there. Winches and push-up corsets are pretty. That is pretty nice. I do like me a flowy dress. Like you know when there's that kind of argument of like, man, I hate unrealistic female knight designs, and it's always just like tit McArmor. And like that's, you know, that's fair, it's whatever. But like I like unrealistic female knight designs where it's like the fluffiest fucking just like battle dress you've ever seen. I'm like, that's the good shit. I will feast for days. The good stuff. I mean, that's true. I mean, I guess I could get into LARPing. I think like LARPing, it's always just like I said, it's always just been sort of like on the periphery of just like, this is nerd bullshit that I'd probably enjoy, but man, there's a lot going on there. A lot going on there. Those little bits. I could have got that earlier, but you're forgetting I could also use that like Black Templar speed paint or whatever. Apparently this is like the really good like usage case for those. Do I own a pair of boots? No. I used to, no. I have all my G-dubs contrast set off to the side. I got contrast Black Templar. Let me try that. Sword in front of it. See, it's super weird that like I like fantasy stuff, but for me, I feel like I usually like I lean towards high fantasy, but I feel like for a Ren Fair, you got to go low tech. You got to go low like the idea of an Aasimar being at a Ren Fair. I know that there's like, you know, like furries at Ren Fairs and whatnot. It's like it's not like a super exclusive clip. Also, yeah, I should have been using this contrast black for the carapace stuff. It flows way better for this. Holy shit, I forgot about this. But yeah, no, I don't got real proper. I don't got like real proper boots. To get the guild job I got is very much like an indoors, like comfy shoes position. Like I need something that will look presentable, but otherwise I can just kind of min-max for comfort, and that'll just get me there. This guy's extra caked up. I really should use. I know I've been like very late to the party, but like as of late I've been using contrast paints for stuff a lot more. Not for just like, oh, I'm gonna slap chop this fucker, but it's like, oh yeah, no, these are really useful for stuff. How you doing, big ones? How you doing? I'm sorry. This is very much a pro chaos stream, but how you doing? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I had a big move recently, so I'm getting back into my usual routine. I'm working on some Infractors. This guy's not. They're very just kind of doing them in bits and pieces. Like, there's not like a crazy amount of like any progress on any individual one, but altogether they're looking pretty legit. Oh yeah, how you doing? How you doing? I'm gonna change it off of eBay. So neat. I know, but I kind of like the idea of doing like a full-on like Trench Crusade costume too, like a. Because there are 3D printable pilgrim helmets that are like kind of like officially endorsed by the Trench Crusade people. I'm like, ooh, that would be cool. So, sadly, no business codpiece. I guess they never told me I can't. I should get one and just be like, how do you do, my fellow workers? And just like big meaty codpiece show up. Still have like a decent amount of this contrast paint, so I might as well get all the various belly bits before I go too deep. Thank you for the hydrates. We're doing well too? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Cappy roads. I mean, there's like basically like a Trench Crusade. Like Trench Crusade kind of has like a license thing where like you can technically do whatever you want. Like you can, but like as long as you're not like directly ripping off the art to make your own models, like then that's when they'll try to like send like takedown request stuff. But like if you're like kind of contact them and work through the proper channels, you can get them to be like, this is an official Trench Crusade 3D printable cosplay helmet. I think it's like a legitimately good compromise for that sort of deal. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I get maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe whenever I think of LARPing or like not LARPing, yeah, I guess like LARPing or like Ren Fair, I think in my brain it's always like, oh, I got to be like a full decked out to the nines knight. I could just peasant max. I could get my. I feel like there's a peasant hat called a snood that I'm just beginning to remember, and I don't know if that was like a thing that like a comedy podcast taught me, and I'm just like, totally misremembering something real. Just get me a silly, yeah, get me a silly peasant hat. Just get me some just kind of like peasant pants. Maybe get me like a halberd or something. Maybe if I want to be slightly more armored peasant. Maybe that's what I gotta do. Maybe I gotta build my way up. Then again, I also just need to go to another. I've been to a couple Ren fairs over the years, but not like a crazy amount. I've been to one that was a couple states away that I only ended up going because like somebody offered to drive. It's like one of those things that like where they were like, you ever drive with somebody who is like a complete madman, but because of that you end up in like your destination for long road trips like an additional like hour early? It was one of those. Like everybody is just like hanging on for dear life, and whenever I'm doing like a big trip, I do that like fall asleep time travel. So I was like, well, you guys can suffer through this. I'm gonna nap, and I woke up and I was there. Yippee! Of course I have. He's me. Hell yeah, let's go. Thank you for your service. Yeah, exactly. Because I know there were like, unfortunately, that's another piece of ammo that I think people who want us to like grift against Trench Crusade for internet points. They're like, Trench Crusade's making people take down their models, and like honestly, some of those were just like direct art ripoffs. Because like otherwise they've been pretty chill about like pretty much every other model, and they'll even like show like I think someone was even like, hey, I'm looking for like X thing, and then like the Trench Crusade people like, oh yeah, these guys are doing a Kickstarter for that. Like that's nice. It's about all you can really hope for. 2 and 4 ammo. God, I can't. I've done a couple of long drives and I do not like it. So like, also very legit. Lead feet, lead feet, getting like really close to other cars when you don't need to. Not slowing down for turns nearly as much as you should. Not in like a way that you would be arrested, but in a way that will just like jostle the fuck out of everybody. But once again, sleep. The sleep teleport just meant that I just woke up and I was there. No need to worry. I guess I must have just painted that arm really, really heavily and went for it. As a couple, I think so too. I mean, I do think like if you're like hanging with somebody and you fall asleep around them, I mean that is like a kind of like it's like a nice little show of like vulnerability and also that like you trust them. So it's like, hey, I'm gonna go to sleep and I trust you to not murder me. Like that's always I remember like back in like university where it was like when people would fall asleep in like libraries and stuff. You know, they're just like head down on top of their laptop, just fucking big snoozing. And like I did that too. But like it's like, oh man, like it's like the level of trust is really nice. It's like, yeah, nobody they're not afraid of anyone like stealing their laptop. They just they get some sleep, they wake up, they go, oh, and then they go back. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, time to put a gambeson on my throat. No. Oh, these are. Oh, they're. Oh, see. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I want the peasant max. This guy. I mean, he's got like a knife and some stuff. So like this guy's actually like kind of more fighter-ish. But for me, this is like, yeah, I got my medieval peasant hat on. I get my big medieval comfy coat jacket thing. Got so many fucking ties. I got some pants. Maybe that's what I want to do. But I'm not gonna put down my throne or anything. Once again, I need to save. Oh. I need to save money for the fucking rigging, and then you're over here like, I do like that green Loki dark tunic though. I do like that green. I also do like how this is like if you want to accidentally dress as somebody from if you want to dress up as Link from Legend of Zelda and just like not realize it. Like this is the Link outfit. This is just the Link outfit but worn by a guy with like a well manicured beard and not like a goofy little hat. I mean, I could. I mean, like I said, I've been to Ren fairs before, so it's not like I've never been to a Ren fair with just like regular ass clothes. I did sample many. Get many fine turkey legs. I don't know why I fixated on turkey legs so much. It's like I could. Like getting turkey legs is not that hard to do, but for some reason, whenever like Ren fair stuff comes up, I'm like. Turkey leg good. I just immediately devolved to caveman. I just crave poultry. Wait for the bus in here, 1328. No, that is absolutely a fucking mood, yeah. Oh, why'd your roommate throw that away though? No, you can. I mean, you can cosplay basically whatever. I mean, also too. Listen. Like, worst case, if you're like, I have like bad self-image issues and whatnot. I mean, they still, you know, there's still what's it called? There's stormtroopers. You can always listen. Worst case, no matter what, you can always be a stormtrooper. It's the perfect setup. If nothing else, you got options. Oh yeah, because at the time it was basically like everybody's just eating bread. It's like, well, okay, it's would you like your easy to harvest grain? I'm gonna mix a little bit of black in with like a little bit of this evil red just to kind of have like a darker purple red, and then like highlight. No, maybe the other option is just to kind of use as a base. So how you doing, Sola? How you doing? It's me. I'm working on some Slanesh models, aka the rats of 40k. That's not it. No, they're definitely not that. Definitely not that. Yeah, 13. I have no idea what's going on 1328. I'm very bad with history. I've mentioned this a lot. I just don't have like a good history brain. I think it's just because I just have poor memory. So like a lot of things that's like would be like fun trivia lookups. Oh, fair. Yeah, I didn't even think about that as like turkey being like a bird native to the U.S. Oh shit. Fuck boys and fuck girls with 40k. I thought that was Drukari though. I think that's definitely the Drukari though. Absolutely. A lot of Pope fighting. To be fair though, I do feel like if somebody was like, "How, I'm going to explode your bones unless you tell me what happened in this period of time," I feel like saying the Pope was fighting, like, not guaranteed to get you out of there, but probably like, you know, a generically good safe bet. You're like, indeed, the Pope was fighting. You live another day, Elfman. Just to, like, as a way just to kind of like hope for the best. The downside of doing the trim this way is like the little side bits around here. I guess I can always just touch those up later. That's not the biggest dealio. Yeah, I usually use Dark Elder too, but sometimes I just find myself like capitulating and saying Drukari just because like a lot of other people say it. I agree that they're always gonna be they're always gonna be Dark Eldar in my heart, but like, you know. Also another safe answer. See, this guy's turning out pretty legit. I think overall too that like these guys are, well, because these guys are like infantry skill. They're like actually like a pretty solid balance between, like, you know, they're Slaneshi. They got a lot of detail on them, but like they're like doable. Nothing about this guy is like completely like off his shits like levels of complicated. So that's not too bad. Might also be complicated because I'm doing the mixing and matching kind of like the dark and the lighter colors. So it's fine. I do want to, because like I could do them just like Wordbearer red, and like that would still look good, but I think mixing it as like a little bit of like they're kind of like mix and match. Yeah, it's weirdly I find Drukari to be at least okay because I can kind of justify that as like, yeah, no, they're like humans call them Dark Eldar, but in their own language sort of dealio. But yeah, for me, the one that I find the most in it, like out of all of the G-Dubs fake fantasy names that they're there for copyright reasons, the one that I've hated the most and I will hate forever is what's it called? Ogor. Ogor, Ogor. I hate that. It's so stupid and unnecessary. Like that's the one that gets me. Like it's like, okay, you want to call them Astartes, fine. You want to really lean into Astra Militarum, fine. You want to do XYZ, whatever. I will not call a rat ogre a rat ogre. Are you high? What's happening here? What are you doing? Because like that's the one that's the most pointless. Where it's like I know that they try to do that because they have the whole like Maul tribes or whatever. What they call they're called, it's like the Dwarden or whatever. They're like copyright friendly dwarf equivalent. That's like it's another one of those I'm like whatever. But it's also dumb because it's like you still can't copyright Dwarves Games Workshop, but all right, sure, whatever. But like I think it's just Ogor is like the most inherently insulting, you know? But like it's like, oh, so how you doing, son? How you doing? Wait. Yes, those Drew Carey, the most fiendish creatures on the face of this galaxy. Doing, let's see, no, that you aside. The two that I don't really do. There we go. I'm doing pretty good. I'm working on my lads. They're getting like pretty decent progress so far. Getting there for sure. I'm getting some drink real quick, Toto. Yeah, no, I agree. They're all like honestly pretty stupid. Swear, maybe. Oh yeah, maybe I did just do. Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, let's see. Do I want to go ahead and dry brush the stuff on you? Yeah, might as well. We need to wait for this guy to dry up anyway. Oh, wait. What are you doing the about? Is it for a job thing? Is it like a dating profile thing? What are you? Why? I guess why are you filling that out? I do feel you though. I feel like whenever like I have like like itemized form of like what makes you special, that's when I'm just like my brain actively revolts. It's like please don't, please don't. The more I write things down, the more you're gonna have to make me reveal that I paint minis, and I'm not ashamed of painting minis, but there's always like it's one of those things that requires like some lead-in, and if and a form will never have the lead-in I need to fully explain what the fuck I do, you know? Yeah, I think it really comes down to it's like if the name was actively used in the story in a way that felt like pretty natural at the time, where it's like Astartes wasn't too crazy because they were kind of using that anyway for a lot of things. And then, you know, like you said, the Ordos were already pretty heavily in use, but that didn't feel too bad. And then like even like Eldari is stupid, but it's still close enough to the other one that like if you just kind of like squint and don't think too hard, it's not like crazy insulting. But like man, a lot of the other ones are pretty bad. Or a site to sell my wares. Ooh, that's even. Let's see. That's oh hey, at least at the very end, once it's done, you can sell your wares. Potion seller. I'm sorry. I think of the word wares in particular, and for some reason, like my brain immediately goes there. I don't know why. There's so many other places it could go for the word wares, but that's the choice. What do you call a space operate? A drunkari? Eldar. Okay, that also works. I went for a way more stupider answer to that question, but also valid. But yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's G-dubs, and like that fight has long since been lost, so it's whatever. I can retain the little old man like slight disdain in my heart. Do they? I forget what they do. I know in the Age of Sigmar they call them orcs. But I think 40k orcs are still orcs. Like, did they try to copyright that? I legitimately don't remember. That I'm legitimately not sure about which direction they went with that. I might need to take a look someday just to figure out how weird they went. But yeah. OG dubs. OG dubs. It's still kind of funny though, because at the end of the day, like I still think as dumb of a company as G Dubs is sometimes. It's like I do think of like we were just talking about like Wizards of the Coast today. I'm like at least you're better than Wizards of the Coast. Like it's like Games Workshop is stupid, but it's not like actively malicious most of the time. You know, the biggest series of qualifiers immediately following that. It's kind of surprising that Orc with a K was good enough, you know? Like you would assume that they would require at least like a little bit more, but nah. Also realizing I probably actually didn't even need the brown. Well, I guess like the little bits I did the brown with the dry brushing still do look pretty good that way. So I don't like regret it, but I probably did not need to. Oh, okay. So the K was just sort of like a test drive for copyright bullshit. That sounds about right. That doesn't sound too surprising. I'll do that leg with the whole bullshit. There we go. Oh yeah, the quirks, yeah. I still don't know how I feel about that. Like it's quirk stuff is always really strange to me because I understand it's supposed to be like sort of like mythology and whatnot to orcs. But every time I read about them, it like really yeah. I mean, it's once again it's really annoying being a tabletop fan of like RPGs and war games and minis and whatnot. Because to a certain degree, like really do have to come to the terms that you have to come to terms with the fact that like every company that makes a game you like is going to be fucking stupid. They're just going to make stupid decisions. It just happens. Like even the best companies that did everything right will inevitably make stupid decisions. How you doing, Game Epi? How you doing? How you doing? But to a certain degree, there is just like a level of just like, oh, it's just okay. Might as well just like, you know, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. There's not much you can do about it. Sometimes it comes from a place of maliciousness. Sometimes it's just because they're dumb. Who the fuck knows on any given day? But how you doing, Game Epi? How you doing? How you doing? I'd be working on some Slanesh guys. I really need to get their bases together too. I think that really I've kind of forgot that that's like the big thing for do the skull. Do the skull gold and then just go back and do the trim silver. Yeah, there we go. Boy, it's gonna be awful. And that's usually pretty true, but at least the like it's tricky though, because a lot of times these companies are also still pretty small too. Like a lot of privateer press becoming like a real shitty place is just because like a lot of the people who were like running privateer press, because the company was so small. It sucks. Got like a pretty good base dry brush layer. I really like these itty bitty dry brushes, but these are the ones that eat the shit the most and just immediately implode to uselessness. But it sucks because I really like them. I've been lucky that my brushes have been doing pretty good lately. I keep meaning to maybe get some more ones. Like, I do kind of want to get some more brushes, but I just haven't sat down and got that yet. There's still like a couple of miscellaneous housings I wanna like re-get. Like nothing super crazy, but it's like now that I'm kind of like living in this place, I'm like, I could use a toothbrush holder here. Mostly just because like it's because I'm weird. Do you guys also like I brush my teeth in the shower? You guys do that? Like that's not like the only place I do it, but like in the morning especially. And I'm like, well, I'd really like a new like toothbrush holder for the shower in particular. If you haven't though, treat yourself. It's great. No, oh god, I super need to change the fan club. Hold on, let me write that down. Need to really write myself a note for that. Yeah, that's unfortunately resetting the fan club was definitely one of those things that got caught up in the move. So yeah, I'll see if I can get that done this weekend. I did because like there's a thingy that I've been eyeing for a while, where like somebody made like a little streamer bot widget that makes like a little. It's a streamer bot widget that makes like a little like membership card pop up and do like a little stamp. And I was like, oh, that'd be cool for the Nana's fan club, but like I'm not using StreamerBot, and like I'm using StreamerBot now for the combined chats. I'm like, oh shit, that actually be pretty legit. Hey, let's go. Let's go. It's so weird that everybody's like acts like it's crazy. Like a lot of people act like it's crazy, but I'm like, you like the shower, right? They're like, yeah. Like you like when it's nice and warm. Yeah. Would you like an excuse to be like 3 extra minutes in the shower doing a thing you're gonna do anyway? It's perfect. It's so good. I think this face is a 3D print. A lot of these guys are kind of like very, very, very lightly customized. Like not like a crazy amount. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could like get into the shower, like do the water flosser thing, then resume, then actually start the shower, and then while you're showering, then brush your teeth. That could probably work. That's a sequence of events that might get you what you want. It's worth it. It's worth it. And I'm in a hurry. I do it every day. I don't remember when I started. I think I picked it up in college because I was like, wait a minute, this is super convenient. You can't just wing it. Why? You know where your teeth are. Listen, I have a bunch of teeth, and if I know where my teeth are, you nerds can know where your teeth are. I believe in all of you. It's not a big deal, but it is nice. I do enjoy. At least Mutgren's got my back on this, so I don't sound totally crazy. Oh, okay, that's true. I've been luckily so far I've not had to deal with any like hot water issues with the new place yet, which I'm very, very thankful for. Like it's also kind of weird because like the shower doesn't get as hot, which I think is just because like the range for the like little twisty bits. Drinking ice cold. Oh yeah, I know some people like to be fair, I've also not tried shower beers. Like I know that's like a thing I've heard people like being like it's fucking game changing. Gotta clean the bathroom. I mean if I would have thought about that that would have been like an actual excuse. I didn't really have one as an excuse. I just kind of did it. It just kind of felt right at the time, so I just went, why not? Yeah, that's fair though. That's fair. Do what you gotta do to avoid a dentist because goddamn those fuckers are expensive. And dentists do be expensive. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like I actually don't know when I'm gonna use these guys, but at least this is going to be used for a war game that I do play, so that's not too bad. Not too bad. I haven't done my local group. We haven't done 3rd edition for a while. I know like we were on an OPR kick. It's actually kind of weird thinking that my local scene will just have like maybe not like flavor of the month. I think that kind of happens like once you sort of branch out of like I only play the newest edition of Warhammer and that's it. That's the only war game I play. You do sort of hit that area where it's like everybody wants to try a bunch of different things, and it does mean that like what is sort of like the game in your region sort of becomes fluid for a while. Like we still got Turnip. I think is always going to be weirdly like the binding game to my local area, which is a fucking bizarre thing to say because most people don't have that as like a regular game. But that definitely seems to be the most regular. And then beyond that, like probably after that, it's Trench Crusade, and then we just kind of like swoosh around to all these other different ones. Like I do want to try maybe one of those like the Xenos Rampant sometimes because I heard that's really legit. It is. It's a really cool freedom to do stuff. It's also nice because I paint on stream with all you nice nerds that like I get to keep actively having like very well painted minis whenever I roll up into one of these games. Like when a lot of people are just like, oh yeah, no, I'm interested in this game. I'm putting together a list, and then whatever. And then meanwhile, I'll have my dudes painted because I was like eager for it to be. That keeps happening too, where I'm just like really really excited for a game. I started painting the minis for before it becomes a thing in my zone, and then like we start playing it. I just like got all the very nicely painted dudes. I think I was the first person in like my game group just to have like a fully painted Trench Crusade army, which felt great. So good. Got that. I mean, to be fair, like, I mean that is really really legit and cool. At the very least, like a full skirmish game list isn't like crazy huge amount of models. I do think that's why I do tend to lean towards skirmish games, though. Like, I'm looking at the models I need to finish out my Pestilence Skaven Force, and it's not that many, to be honest. It's like, I got like, what's it called? I have, I got the Sorcerer, I got the Priest, I got the 2 Censer Bearer Monks, and I got the 2 Monk Initiates. I also need to paint, so it's really funny in that game. So like, you know, you can have like a Sorcerer for your warband. And you're like, oh yeah, they cast magic and stuff like that. They probably shoot fireballs or whatever. My army has exactly 1 spell at the moment, just starting. And that spell is just Summon Rat. Before the match starts, I roll a d3 and I get that many extra giant rats for free. And what I need to do for those For those summonable giant rats is I want to paint them kind of like ghostly and green, kind of like a bright like warpstone green glow. Because I think that would fuck really really hard. To be fair too, I also don't have a critter conflict army. It does seem neat though. I keep mentioning that I really like the idea of like diegetic battlefields, but I've just not had the time to really get into that game, especially because no one near me is playing at the moment. It does seem neat though. I believe eventually you'll have a big enough force that you can start running demo games, and that's when things really start popping off. Summon a rat. I do have the. I need to figure out where I put that at. Years ago, I painted a rat for Bodega's birthday. Just like I was able to like ship it to her. It was just more like I paint a rat and I take a picture. It was like a rat that was holding like a little like man catcher, and when I printed it, I stuck a cake in there. I still got that. I remember when I was moving stuff around, I think I put that in like my miscellaneous minis magnetized case, which I need to open that up so I can start putting some other war games in there. But I did recall seeing that rat again. I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. This is in like 2021. Haha. Oh god, the passage of time. Bros, the passage of time has been really fucking my shit up lately. Been really fucking my shit up. I think it's like this is gonna sound really dumb, but for some reason, like being a VTuber for 6 years feels so much bigger than being one for 5. Like this isn't me trying to like dick wave for like people who've been like a lot of people I know are hitting their 5-year anniversaries, and like it's a big fucking number because like like what's that? There's like there was like some statistics somewhere that like most people who do like online things generally scrub out within a year, and then like once you get past that part though, like it's the long haul is definitely real. But it's like I feel like it's maybe it's just because like oh true like I think it's because like 5 is just like a nice flat like number, or 6 is kind of like a weird one. But also yeah no I think it is just that inherent like VTuber years to like dog years sort of deal where it's like oh yeah no I've been doing this for 6 years, aka straight up. Oh no, COVID definitely did, but I will say a lot of them are still sticking around. For all the complaints about like that kind of stuff, there are still a lot of people that got started during that time that are still trucking. I mean I technically got started during COVID. It was really early, but I did. It was like definitely it was like COVID. I would also say like hollow myth being a thing definitely got a lot of people on board. And this time I'm gonna do like half red and then half like the dark purple. I think that's gonna look pretty baller. He's also got like a very nice divided skull. If I do this part red, just kind of do the other bit. Do I want to do the chest as well? Yeah, I might as well go whole hog on this idea. But yeah, it's also kind of interesting how many of like the hollow people are still around. I kind of assumed that the attrition would be a lot bigger over the years, but like surprisingly no, like there's still like, you know, there's like, you know, you got like Gura and Ame, Shion, Rushia, but Rushia's was a self-inflicted issue. Yeah. I think that does kind of happen with the attrition, though. I think it's very much like, because especially for like HoloLive attrition, it seems to be mostly like, oh, the managers are being horrible, or like the company is just being like really demanding. People like that will cause like a wave of some issues, and like 1 or 2 people will leave. Because like otherwise, I'll say you're a casual maker. How you doing? Welcome. I did think it was interesting that so there's a new game that's coming out where it's like it's basically like a cute bouncy demon girl has you like locked in her basement, and the only way to escape is to play sort of like basically it's you're doing like a Russian roulette kind of drinking thing, and like the theme song is sung by Demon Dice instead of someone else who happens to sound a lot like Demon Dice. I'm like, huh. How you doing, Architect? I mean, that's awesome, especially because like I will say like early on too, there's a lot of like oh, there's certain ways to do things, or certain ways to behave, or like you need to be XYZ thing. And like I think now that VTubing is kind of both like shrunk and like kind of like the crazy popularity boom, but also is kind of normalized a bit. You can it's like you can kind of just do your own shit now, and it's not that big of a deal. I've been feeling less and less like there's sort of like, I mean, there is definitely like metas for stuff, and there is like trends, and there are people that like if you sort of play your cards right and act a certain way and do content in a certain way, you do pretty good. But I feel like the sort of inherent like group pressure to do that is definitely lessened over the years. I can definitely feel on that. It's supposed to escape. I that part I don't know. I don't know what the implication is for like if she's like sucking your life force or whatever. Let's see if I can find a picture of her though. Shrunken Goddess Reflux. There we go. I'm a little worried because apparently it's being translated, I think, by the same people who did Yun Syndrome, and they kind of got it kind of. Apparently that translation, I did pick it up after they kind of basically it was the English translation got a little loose on how they did some stuff. Is there like a GIF maybe? Maybe I can get like a GIF because like she's really bouncy. Let's see if I can find like a good GIF that shows her. No, whatever. I'll just settle for a picture then. I will say the design is really cute. Like she's got like a really cute design. There we go. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, there's like a trailer floating around where she's like really bouncy animated and gets like really like goofed up swirly eyes and whatnot, which is like honestly good shit. I do like me some goofed up swirly eyes. I will tuck her directly underneath the yeah, LARP gear, yeah. It's still if your soul gets fucked up, yeah. I think there's also supposed to be some things too where it's like I think from what I remember, there's like some things where you have to like kind of you kind of do like I think it is kind of like drunken weeb buckshot roulette a little bit, where it's like you're kind of like doing a sort of back and forth drinking game, but also like you want to try to like fuck with your opponent so that way you don't die horribly. Like I don't know if I'll play it or not, but like potentially it sounds good. I'm waiting till I hear what the translation's going to be like, and then I'll probably go from there. The translation's like I also don't know if I'll stream that either. No, I still gotta work my way through all the Fallout games, Half-Life games. Goddamn, I still keep mixing it up. I still keep accidentally saying Fallout when I mean Half-Life. I am very excited to get back to Half-Life though, because like last session was such a high note, fucking becoming like the bug lord. I was very happy that I was not spoiled that you can just like go apeshit with bugs. Also, if you're getting spoiled, I'm sorry, but like I'm playing it, so like it's gonna be hard not to talk about it. I was just like, oh fuck, this game rules. This game rules. I don't know. I could in theory play. I mean, I've already streamed New Vegas. I've already streamed New Vegas, so like I don't know. Like this is another weird thing that I've been thinking about. It's like, I've been going for 6 years. There's games that I could play again. I could play some games again. It's also kind of weirdly like when I want to look through like my Twitter of like stuff for like the big 6th anniversary party of just being like, oh yeah, like I dropped this game, or like I didn't get to finish this, or like, ooh, this would be fun to do again. So I don't know. It's gonna sound really silly, but I've played all the way through New Vegas twice, and both times through just cosmic happenstance, I have never played that game with above 1 intelligence. Because like when years ago when I played it on my own, I was like, I'm gonna do a dumb run. I'm gonna do what's it called? I'm gonna go like I was just sort of playing it organically. I decided to go for the Mr. House ending because I thought my moron would like to do that. I thought that would be really fun, and so I did that, and then I was like, okay, everybody, I'm playing New Vegas, and I'm gonna let you guys choose what my build is, and my build that everybody recommended was no intelligence, and I was like, okay, so and then just because of gameplay, I found out about that like cannibal perk, I think it's like Dinner of Champions or Breakfast of Champions, where you eat all the faction heads. So it's like, oh, then I gotta I basically played the exact a game with multiple endings and multiple build paths, and I did the same thing twice. Though when I played with my first personal playthrough, my build was more melee, and the second time was more shotgun. So like there was like slight variety, but not like a crazy amount. It's just kind of funny how that worked out. Like I'm not upset or anything. It's just very, very goofy. Realizing I never actually painted all the trim for like the stuff that's going to be dry brush gold. Oh yeah, I can see it. Because like I played my way through the first 4 Metal Gear Solids and Revengeance, and like I like those games, but there are people that are like those are their fucking game. Like I'd like to see Grimmy do like a full playthrough of those, because I know that those games are her shit. But yeah, so like there's also I never did play Metal Gear Solid 5. I've never played 5, and I've never played Peace Walker, and one of them's for the PSP and the other is for the Vita. I always get them mixed up. I think Peace Walker is for the PSP, and then I'm not even gonna bullshit. I don't remember which goes which. But yeah, it would be like I do need to get those played at some point as well. So that might also be a neat thing to do. Maybe if I feel like going back. Really, it's really funny to play, because I always feel stressed out because a lot of people really like it. Oh, Portable. Okay, what's the other fucking one? Well, I think it's that worry I have that like if I play like one franchise for too long, and I'm even maybe a little worried about this for Half-Life, but not a huge amount. Where if it's like, oh yeah, I played a franchise from start to back, and somebody's like, oh, I actually don't like these games. I guess I just don't see how for like 3 weeks. But this is also kind of going back to the idea of what the architect said. Is like I kind of care less now. Like not in like a bad way, but it's like maybe if I want to play a game, maybe I'll just play a game, and who gives a shit, you know? But yeah, at the time I was like, well, I played the 4 main lines, and I also never played the original Metal Gears. Like, totally incorrectly, but I was accidentally mistaken thinking that like, oh, the what's it called? That like that effectively the Solid franchise was like a soft reboot. Like just like really early on, I was like, oh yeah, I bet there's like not like, you know, there's probably like some little nods. Like you could still play them fine, but like definitely you could tell some moments where it's like, especially like Gray Fox, where it was like, oh yeah, no, this is good. This is a much bigger deal if you actually played the top down ones. I've also heard that the Game Boy Color game Ghost Babel is surprisingly good. It's interesting. I have not played a Game Boy Color game in like a long ass time. I didn't mean to go there. Because like, you know, I had the black and white Game Boy too. Not the big fat one, unfortunately. I had a Game Boy Pocket. But yeah, no, that just used to be something I would just play, and I have really not gone back to like any portable game. Like the ones I kind of would like to. There's like there's like a series of Bomberman games where like for like the Game Boy Black and White that was really legit. I keep thinking about those sometimes. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the idea of needing to retcon some stuff for that is not particularly surprising. Like that makes a lot of sense to me, because like, you know. I'm pretty sure when they made Metal Gear Solid 1 and then Metal Gear Solid 2, they were like, oh cool, we made 2 good video games. We were not expecting to make a crazy multi-million-dollar franchise. Hey, it's all good, Sola. Have yourself a good night and take it easy. Yeah, like now that I'm back and everything seems to be good and the internet seems to be good, I will definitely be streaming back on the regs. I said, barring like freak accident, which, you know, fingers fucking crossed, but whatever. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, maybe those will come up at some point. I would need to get I have to see what emulation for the Vitas. Like I never owned a PSP or a Vita. I know they're both really cool consoles, but like they just came out either like I remember growing up the PSP was like super like I don't think it was like especially expensive, but I remember my perception at the time was like, oh no, we can't afford a PSP. We could do it. We could do a DS. A DS is fine, but a PSP too rich for my blood. But like I also could not tell you the accurate price of like how much that would go for, like how much they went for at the time. And I know Vita for a while was like, do you like weeb JRPGs? This is the system for you, yo. At the very least, do I own MGS5? It feels like one of those games I might have picked up on Steam for like $3 on a sale. Not $3. Probably like still like decent. Like I don't think that's one of those games that gets like a crazy big discount during the sales, but I could be wrong. Let's see. I'm curious. Do I own Metal Gear Solid? Metal. Nope. I only own Metal Wolf. When did I get Metro? Oh, I think they were giving out Metro Last Light for free ages ago. How much is it? Oh, it's actually cheaper than Revengeance. It's only like $20 right now. Huh. Neat. I might still wait then because that. Oh, what do you mean 2015? Fuck. I did that thing where I made myself feel old again because I was like, yeah, you know, Metal Gear Solid 5. That's like a pretty new game. Oh fuck, we got ad break. I did love Metal Wolf Chaos. The game fucked. That last boss could eat a bag of dicks, but it was a fun game. All right, ad break. BRB. We're back. Let's go. Oh yeah, yeah. Melwolf Chaos was like I had a lot of fun with that game. That game fucking rocked. Yeah, I know I'd want to get a little bit more. Like kind of like flesh mixture. There we go. Something I thought would be cool to do for like the kind of like lieutenants and stuff is have like a kind of like a weird pennant dude kind of strapped onto their power pack. Where it's basically like if a cultist kind of like does well, they get rewarded by kind of just being like welded onto there, so they could just like live the rest of their probably very short lives in just like crazy agony. Because you know, Slanesh. And I think I've got two guys that have this kind of similar setup, but neither of them have been finished being painted, so it'd be like that. So what are we looking like on dudes getting close to being ready? I think the goals is like there's definitely each one has like a little pouch or something on them. I just there's like this guy's still my favorite. I think just like the posing on him is just really fucking good. But yeah, maybe I'll even continue with the other ones. This depends if like how together I want to get for everyone. Yeah, let's do it. Let's keep going. It's just kind of spreading, keeping the work at like a. Wait a minute. I forgot to get this guy's backpack. All right, we'll do that. I'm option paralysis. This is always like probably like the most dangerous stage. Weirdly enough, whenever I do minis. Like there is like a midpoint where it's like I get overwhelmed with like, oh, there's like a bunch of like little things to do. Like it's super easy to be like, oh yeah, this guy's barely painted. What do I need to do for him? Oh yeah, you know, just like touch up like a couple of like in this stage of like, oh, okay, I have to get like the real big area. I got to get all the trim. I got to get all that. And then once you get past that though, it's where things get kind of get wobbly. You got a gold blade, you got a silver blade. I'm kind of mixing up between whether I want gold or silver. This guy I'm gonna give a gold blade. Sure. It's entirely arbitrary, but why not? It's fun. There we go. But yeah, maybe I don't know, like that's another one of those things too. It's like I guess I could always feel like when like 4th of July rolls around, I could play Metal Wolf Chaos again. I could do that as like a fun little like revisitor, because it's been a bit since I played that. I don't know. I should like. I've been going for so long that sometimes I forget what games I have played on stream. Really, the fear of like repeating myself for things is ironically I don't feel that super badly for video games. What I'm afraid of is that one day for movie night, I'm gonna pull out like an incredibly just shitty looking just fantasy movie. We're gonna pop that bad boy in and be like, oh no, I recognize this one. Because like all the covers, like they look rad as shit, but they also kind of look exactly the same. So sometimes the names are just like slightly different, because some places will do like they'll be like, oh, this movie was released as X in Italy and France, but translated as Y in the US. And sometimes like when it'll get like released on different platforms by like, oh yeah, no, like technically this is the English version, but we're gonna go by a translation of the Italian name that's different from what like usually for like the Ator movies, that's where things get kind of weird. Would be like because like in America, so the Ator is like basically like a fantasy book series. I've never read any of the books that a lot of these like trash fantasy movies we watch are based on. And I probably never will, because like honestly, the big one, I've started and stopped reading Conan at like several times in my life. Once again, out of like, not that I like dislike Conan or anything, I got like a big collection of this stuff and I was just ready for it. And just like something came up. Like I've dropped so many. God, what I really need to go back to is this one book I was starting to read. I think I might have mentioned that a little bit. It's basically is a book about this like hella. I don't know if you'd say like if she's like autistic or like has Asperger's or like what she's got going on mentally. But the basic premise of the story is that this lady is like, she really loves being a cog in the machine. and she really, really, really loves working for a convenience store, like a kombini. To all you baka gaijins. And like it starts off as just like, yeah, I was going to college, but like I started working part-time at this convenience store, and I just sort of fell in love with like the rhythm and being told what to do, and like the way like seasonal changes affect like the menus and stuff like that. And it starts off kind of like that, and then it's talking about the like, oh, I'm so focused on the convenience store, I don't know how other like people my age act and dress. So she'll just like root around through the purses of like, I forget if she actively roots through the purses or if she's just like glancing over there and stuff like that. But basically she like straight up is like, yeah, my personality changes when people like stop working, because like they're like, you know, they have like a lot of like college hires. And they'll be like, okay, we'll have like a college hire, and then like my entire like way of speaking will change to adapt to them. And then they'll leave, and I'm just no longer that kind of person myself. And like her friends are like, hey, so you think about getting married? You think about maybe, I don't know, like maybe getting a different job? I could maybe hook you up with a different job. You know, it's like, I know the economy's rough, but we could get you something better. And she's having to make a bunch of excuses. And like that was really, really interesting. Just like the way, just like seeing somebody's like, I think I kind of talk about that I love the idea of misplaced passion, and just seeing how just like a very different brain works, which I thought was really, really neat. But also like the way she does it is very different. What's this direction one? And apparently I've not gotten to like the actual main sort of like, apparently like the actual like antagonist element to the story is like a dude that just, I think, starts stalking her. Like just some weirdo at the store just kind of becomes obsessed with her, and now she's got to deal with that. And it was really, really interesting. Yeah, I mean, that definitely happens sometimes. I think to date, the job that I've enjoyed the most ever was just being the overnight security guy at a park. And mind you, a lot of that comes down to the fact that like, yes, being the overnight guy at the state park, it's basically like a jobless job. Like I don't do much. Like there was elements where like I needed to be there, and like I was helping people get in. I still think like my probably the most I actually had to like work at that job was there was a guy who rolled in. He came into the park late. His buddies told him to go there, but like they're like, oh yeah, we have a camper here, but we didn't tell you where we parked our camper at. And so he like goes to like the front desk in his RV and was just like, I was just like, hello, how's it going, sir? He's like, I'm deaf, and I was just like, oh, okay. Well, don't worry, we'll get this worked out. We got it worked out, but I was like, oh shit. It was like that, and then there was a guy who was like yelling at me for a while. But like, I'm gonna like cope for the guy. Basically, he was in like a long trip, and he had his family in this RV, and he just needed somewhere to park for the night. We got it worked out. But like that was like such a cozy, nice job. It was great. I got to watch anime all day. And like I still missed it. I still think about that job sometimes. It was just peak. And like I don't know. Maybe there's also some times too where like at the guild I have to do a lot of different things, but like every now and then, it's just very rare because it doesn't happen super often. But they'll be like, okay, Hal, we just need you to do like the dumbest data entry. Like there's no thought behind this. We just need you to like enter a bunch of data and like maybe like verify a bunch of, basically something that's just kind of like, I can just like really enter a zen state. I do think that like in a different life, I would have really enjoyed, you know how those like, there are like monks that just like in the past would spend, they might still do this, like kind of like spend their times like hand transcribing Bibles all day. Like they wake up, they start transcribing the Bible. They maybe, you know, get some food. They hang out with some of the other monks and whatnot, and then they do that. There are days where I'm like, God, that's the fucking life, isn't it? Like I know it's a boring job where nothing changes, but there's something about just that, just because like, huh. And like I don't even know if this is like the grass is always greener kind of thing. I'm sure maybe after a while that would just really start eating on my fucking nerves. But sometimes I crave it. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, this would be great. Let's verify entries all day. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm very sad because back during COVID, I used to be able to watch more streams because I got to work from home all the time, and now I don't really anymore. And it sucks. I miss being a regular stream watcher. I very rarely get a chance to watch VTubers. Like I think now the only VTuber streams I'm able to catch on the regs I think are Ari's on Fridays, and even then that's kind of not super consistent on my end. Oh man, I miss being able to watch a lot of VTuber stuff. Yeah, like for me, like it's also weird because I am a public entertainment figure, but the idea of just kind of just being just like a guy there and just kind of just doing stuff. I don't need anything fancy. I just need to be able to sustain myself and just kind of keep living a pretty quiet, peaceful life. It does sound nice, Customers got oh god, yeah. That does sound very unfortunate, my dude. That sounds very unfortunate. Yeah, I think it's because like I also do think some of it is just the inherent tiredness that comes with being an adult. Because like when you're a teen, you'll have the most energy you'll probably ever have in your life unless you do like crystal meth or something. So it's like, yeah, I want to be like a doctor, scientist, influencer, football player, whatever at the same time. And you're like, yeah, that's a thing you could do with the brain of a teenager, but also like that. God, that's exhausting as an adult. Like I do think some of that just comes down to this just like something just nice and peaceful and relaxing. And just kind of tone down the volume of just like how engaged I need to be and just relax. I'm like, oh, that sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Also, how you doing? How you doing, follower of Jesus Christ? How you doing? I'm currently painting some Slanesh. I heard someone yell outside. not crazy loud though. Luckily, for the most part, in this new place, I'm still not like. I think someone's like terribly singing out there. That's not a big deal. Yeah, all the gold. Yeah, I think that's like, I don't know. It's and this also once again might just continue to go back to like the lingering vestiges of me being a NEET. Yeah, that's it. I don't know. That's something I keep struggling to think about. Where it's like, oh yeah, the hell heretical. It's like, I'm sure eventually it will. But it is also odd because I think for most moves in my life, I'm supposed to realize I'm painting this foot directly by my head. A lot of moves in my life are kind of like considered like I still think this in a lot of ways is an upgrade, even though the circumstances were bad. But I think the circumstances still kind of taint this a little bit. I'm also going to be honest. I lived in my last place since 2018. Like I got real used to that. So like, it's distinctly possible this will eventually feel like home. But like, it's having to compete with the fact that I basically slept in the same room for straight up like nearly 8 years. Wow, it's crazy to think about. So like I'm I've been through worse and I'm sure it'll be fine. And like there is a lot to like about this new place. It's just getting used to the little quirks is definitely going to take some time. But yeah, like just even just having I'm also not fully moved in, Yeah, it's for context. I don't know what to call you for short. JC, there we go. I'll call you JC. Like, I rented a 3-person house in my city because at the time it was cheaper than an apartment. And like, you got more space. I had a yard that I had to mow. That's the thing I don't have to worry about anymore, which is nice. Here's the thing. Having a yard that you fully control is nice, having a yard that you don't fully control just means that you are also like effectively paying to be someone else's gardener. I don't know. Like the mix of my neighbors is actually like there's definitely some like younger couples and some like older people and some small families and stuff like that. But like what's it called? Ask question. Oh wait, which question? My bad. If I said something bad, my bad. But like but effectively, my landlord, missing locust wing. I think that thing probably got shredded like a million years ago. I have no idea where that is. But like my landlord was like, "Oh yeah, I was doing the yearly lease renewal, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're planning on selling your house. I was going to sell your house, but because you asked nicely, and because you got you got really into because you asked early, you can still stay there, but like the rent is going to increase by 350, and I just could not afford that. So that is why I'm at the current location. And like overall, I think it's pretty legit. I think overall, I think the house is not too bad. But like, it's like I said, it's gonna take a while before I'm like, yes, I'm fully used to this. This is my cool crib. It feels right. So yeah, I'm not super worried about it. Like I think, like I said, I think eventually it'll get there. It'll eventually get there. Put that chain on. That's the big thing about like, I just really like painting horrible, mangled, mutant, messed up fucks. It's like my favorite thing to paint. Like it's fun. Chaos is fun to read about in 40K. There's like a lot of elements to it that just kind of like really vibes with what I enjoy out of the hobby. And like, no shade for people who are like, I like regular Marines, or especially people who can do like a nice Kling army, like a full big on like Eldar list. I'm like, ooh, that's nice. I don't know if I could ever really do like a prim, proper, nice looking list. I do have a Fulgrim I need to paint at some time. How you doing, Almantis? How you doing? I'm also really weird in that like I'm not the biggest fan of named characters. Like, I really like the your dudes aspect of the hobby. So for me, like the fact that so much of modern 40K especially is like, oh yeah, it's all named characters doing big, important named character things. It doesn't really vibe. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. So like I don't hate the idea of having like an important heroic character, but I want them to be mine. Which weirdly I find that Heresy is pretty good for that. Just because, like, you know, unless you're running like the Primarchs or whatever. Salamanders are pretty legit. Oh, really, honestly, it's one of those things I mentioned that like legitimately I could be tricked into probably enjoying and painting really any army. Like I can't think of any army that like if somebody was like, "Oh, I'm giving you this army," like I would hate that. But there's just some that like I don't think I'm ever going to get Sisters of Battle anytime soon. Not that I dislike Sisters of Battle as like a lore thing or whatever. Really, for them, it's more of a practical concern, just because Sisters of Battle are just like layers and layers and layers of trim and other bullshit that I'm like, I'm good. I'm glad people make good-looking Sisters of Battles models. Or like Custodes. Custodes are kind of the antithesis of what I enjoy. Because like they're all prim and perfect, and there's no mutation, and they don't really fall to chaos except for that one time at the end of death, but that's like a special one-off thing. So I don't think I would ever find myself painting a Custodes army for that reason. That's how you doing, Shadow? How you doing? Yeah, they're coordinated. Oh yeah, there we go. I mean that is the dream of something like like the Guard too and stuff. So I totally feel you on that. There. Oh yeah, you could absolutely run them without named characters, and arguably like a lot of in terms of just raw efficiency, a lot of the named characters in Heresy actually aren't particularly great. Like if you wanted to actually like min-max a Horus Heresy 3rd edition army, which I don't know why you would, but it's funny because like one of the Goonhammer guys were put together a list. And like, I love the way he framed the list. He's like, okay, listen, here's an article for explaining like why certain things are good in Horus Heresy, like why certain rules are good, or like things you need to build an army. Like just like general advice, like, oh, you're gonna want like guys with line to hold points, and you maybe might want some guys with Vanguard to take points away and stuff like that. But then at the very, very, very end, he put together a list of like, this is in theory one of the best possible lists you could run that's Legion agnostic. Don't run this. It's stupid and mean, and if you bring this to one of our events, we will ask you to change some things. And that list is basically just like a bunch of... It's actually like very funny because it's a very vanilla list. It's like, look at what was all in there. It was like two units of Legionnaire, the like typical, like, maybe not Legionnaires, but like, you know, the tactical Marines, a command squad, of like, really, really kitted out dudes. It's basically, I don't have the exact list in my brain, but it's something that like realistically somebody could bring, and it wouldn't look particularly like out of the ordinary. It's like how like when Rhino Rush was like a really, really good strat, and it's like, yeah, but that's technically how the lore works. Like the idea of a bunch of Marines just popping out of a Rhino to fuck shit up is kind of what they're like written to do. Vanilla ice cream and missionary of a spice, such spirit breakout in hives. I mean, sometimes vanilla ice cream is good, you know. You gotta get that French vanilla though. I probably not. Like, I think it's cool that Perturabo's getting a thing. Really, I'm more of a Word Bearers guy in general. Like, these guys are technically, I'm running them as like a variant Word Bearers warband. But like, what's it called? But like, I don't know. I bought Fulgrim, and I didn't even build Fulgrim all the way. And like, I actually have started to print out some bits to customize Fulgrim that I think would make me actually really want to paint him. But yeah, no, like it's like Fulgrim has been sitting because like for me, Fulgrim is Fulgrim, and I'm not excited to paint Fulgrim. He's Fulgrim, you know? All right, Rhino Rush is still, depending on the edition and whatever, Rhino Rush is still real. Like, I think a lot of Heresy lists still run 2 Rhinos, just like one to bring a bunch of stuff up. I imagine these guys are probably more the you're going to be sacrificed in a horrible, painful way kind of thing. But like, you know, they're gonna do drugs. You gotta. If you're Emperor's Children, you gotta do at least a couple, you know. Oh no, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people hate the Word Bearers, justifiably so, but I love them. I love them to pieces. I love how flawed they are. I love kind of like their heresy backstory. I like a lot of aspects about them, and like I understand. Like I'm a very controversial, big enjoyer of Erebus. I love Erebus. He's such a lad. Because he, like, you know, he knows what he wants. He gets shit done. Like, he's kind of great. He's like, for me, when people are like, ugh, fuck Erebus, everyone hates Erebus. No. You know who you really should hate? And like, who you just, but the reason you don't hate him enough is because you're just not paying attention. It's Lucius. Lucius is significantly worse than Erebus. Lucius is way more of a whiny bitch. Lucius is got way more plot armor than Erebus ever could. Lucius is incredibly smug in the books. Like, at least fucking Erebus, like, Erebus knows what he is, and he knows what he wants, and he does what he does. But like Lucius, and if anyone actually reads like the first 3 books of like the Horus Heresy, like you see that Lucius is way, like, you know, way less cool, you know. Yeah, Lucius does not have a backpack that fucks. Cor Pharaon's a bitch. Cor Pharaon's absolutely a bitch for sure. Like once again, like he doesn't have like. He doesn't really have the he doesn't have the sauce. He's just kind of, like I said, he's just kind of an annoying asshole. Exactly. He was a shit back. I still love that, like, the opening book of the Horus Heresy is about the murder arachnids on planet Murder. Like, I understand that the Horus Heresy books were like written as like a fun little thing, and we're not like sort of. If I remember, like that's kind of like the reason why some of the Heresy stuff is just weird, is because they were like, oh yeah, no, we're just gonna like. We're writing like a fun little what if sort of thing, you know. It's like we mostly write about 40k, but it'd be fun to do like a couple of stories in the Heresy to like mix it up, and then you know, it got really really big. But it's where when you see the fucking murder arachnids on planet Murder, and like the first time you see them, right from the fucking get go, Lucius is a fucking annoying bitch. And it's like, ugh. I think I generally had a decent time reading through those first three. I need to go back and read some more of the Heresy stuff, though. Right now, my plan is I want to finish the Ravenor trilogy. Before I do anything else, I want to finish the Ravenor trilogy. And that's been going pretty all right so far. I'm still on book 1 of Ravenor. I restarted a chapter just because I was starting it during my move, and I just didn't get to finish it. The language, it keeps fucking. I know for like I remember when I read what's it called? When I read Eisenhorn, I was like, this still feels like it like definitely the first book felt more like a Star Wars James Bond, and then it started to feel slightly more 40k. The fucking language choices in Ravenor just crack me the fuck up. Like we just got in Ravenor chapter 1, you have a grandmother that dies for sniffing glue, and 2 of Ravenor's crew members who the assassin lady keeps calling like the dandy knowledge guy a pussy, like not in like funny 40k terms. They say. There's a point where this fucking just like kid who eventually gets into hard drugs is like, oh yes, I wanted to get my citrus drink and then my dehydrated noodles. Like they jazzed it up in like fake 40k language, but then you just got like 2 of Ravenor's crew, one of them calling the other one a pussy and the other one calling them a whore. It's like, holy shit, God, this is fucking weird. How you doing, Thunder Crusher? How you doing? I do need to read more. I was starting to read A Thousand Suns, the book, and so when I say read, I mean I've been pretty open. I do a lot of my stuff via audiobook, right? And like the guy who does a lot of Heresy audiobooks is kind of like a dry British dude, and that's normally fine. I can normally handle it. For some reason, that opening chapter of A Thousand Suns, where it is where it's them like on a planet doing like some meditation things, and just having him just continuously just kind of like chew through very Egyptian sounding names. I'm like, oh, this is agony. I don't know why. For some reason, the way just like this guy would just read all these like names, I'm just like, oh, I'm actually in pain. Oh yeah, in Ravenor, there's a grandma who basically because like this is where like it's kind of interesting, because I don't know how much of this is a sort of a divergence between like the styles of like, I forget when the Ravenor trilogy was written, and like also I know Abnett kind of does his own things a little bit, so like some of the ways stuff is structured is a little different, but like what's it called? But like it opens on like a very sad planet where like a lot of the workers are being laid off. And on one hand, it's like, yeah, that's a very like grim thing. And like, it's not like totally out of place, in like 40k stuff, but it's also weird because it's like, I'm used to a lot of the way they're talking about like, oh, this like factory work now. It's like, I feel like a lot of this would have been, they're like, oh, they're replacing us with servitors. I'm like, they should have already had servitors there. This is kind of weird in general. Like, I know a lot of 40k is built off of just like manual labor, but yeah, and that like this like local like factorum kind of shuts down, and a lot of people are just kind of out on the streets. So you got Grandma starts picking up loose things of glue and just huffing them. I have not read anything by Matt Ward. I have yet not to do that. Oh, Black Templars are pretty legit. Yeah, those are pretty good legions. I don't know if there's any legion that'd be like, no, that's stupid, but like, hell yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, Thousand Suns definitely got it rough. Magnus didn't help for a lot of that, for sure. Yeah, it's like it's one of those things that like the first Heretic had that, and I don't know if maybe if like at the time I was just like in like a better place to ignore it, or maybe maybe my brain can handle Argel Tall better than whatever. Like there's like I think there was like a guy named like Sekhmet or something like that. Yeah, they said they were indentured servants, but also that they were effectively laid off, or they joked about the term that was used in the book was called being unrecruited or uncruited or something. It was like something very weird. Once again, like there's something about like the Inquisitor books are very strange because sometimes they do like it's weird saying that like this feels very Star Warsy, but like what I mean by that is like there's a certain sort of sci-fi language that Star Wars uses where it's like, oh, Luke got on his like Landis Speedo and went and drank an Alderaanian punch, where it's just like it's like very common things that have been given like the barest of sci-fi coatings, and for the most part, a lot of 40K books, especially like modern ones, don't necessarily. I mean, they suffer from that thing where you go to like the flatulence fartatorium to take a shit, but like they still feel more like they're leaning into that kind of like faux Latin craziness. But I keep feeling like between like the Eisenhower and the Ravner books, you do get a lot more of that like Star Wars space language kind of stuff. See another fine. Also, how you doing, Valandar? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle's game variety. What were you working on? You know? I am just working on some, like, Infractors that I've had kicking around forever. They are kind of just sort of messily being put together, and that's fine at the stage. It's going. They got trim, but not like a, like, ludicrous amount, so I can deal. But yeah, how you doing? I have not read any of the 500 World Story, but the idea of like a metal snake waking up a guy, yeah, that sounds about right. Especially for Necron stuff. Oh, you're doing sculpting. Fuck yeah, let's go. I do like pretty heavy kit bashing stuff, but sculpting is just not, oh, no, I'm not hungry. I'm from America, unfortunately. Usually people think I'm German, so the name is very like easy to think that. Oh, totally understandable. First batch is CF. What's CF in this context? But hell yeah, let's go. There. Spoilers. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Fucked up the torsos. I mean, worst case, hey, you could always just put some like Sprugu meat gloop on there. You could always do that. So hell yeah, I believe. Yes, it is John Hamburger, most American VTuber. Nah, it's hard because like you know, not that I think when I think of like the most like American VTubers, I think of like Tomoe or like that there's like I think there's like the Mass Common Lady got a VTuber model. I don't know how I'd compete with that and like being even more American. Into my tennis racket. It's just like the big old zap. Ooh, yeah, I know, I think the Trent Miscast had like a really like green Sprugu. I just recycled the G-Dub sprues I had lying around, so all my Sprugu is very gray, which I'm okay with, but yeah, it lacks the pop of using like Gunpla Sprugu. That's a sight. Hope I did not say anything horrible when I saw that. Hold on, chotomate. Oh, it just means, it's just fuck. Okay, there we go. I'm learning. Wait, I'm trying to remember if I know who Miss Lala is. Is she the one that's like the kind of like 1950s kind of themed lady who's kind of does like a lot of fashion stuff too? That name sounds really familiar. Diner. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, I'm vaguely aware of her. I haven't checked in on a lot of new VTuber. I think I did see a VTuber just end up on my timeline. They're like, yeah, YouTube keeps trying to like auto dub me for stuff, and I look and like, she's building a mini on stream. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Oh, how many shop out there, buds? Ooh. Like, are you totally out? Like, I do think wargaming in general has a lot more options now. So like, if like, you could definitely do a lot more with it these days, assuming that you're not already doing that kind of stuff, but totally understandable. It sucks that like, and I've been there before where it's like, sometimes it's just really, really easy to be pushed out of a war game by just someone just being a huge dick about it. Like I will rant forever that I had a really terrible time with Infinity just because like the local scene were just like not particularly welcoming and just were just totally down for stomping newbies and then just like not giving a shit. We passed yeah, I think I have just like one song on there. I mean I've played like full Bossa Nova Toho playlist before, so it'll I could maybe do that for like Sunday, assuming I don't forego. Bossa Nova Toho, that's fucking incredibly hard though. Hell yeah, it's so good. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'm very glad that there's like a lot of, like, shops are kind of proliferating a lot more these days, and they have like a lot of good selections, and a lot of them are like more open to like indie games and smaller war games and stuff like that. Oh no, that's totally fair, JC. Like it's like, yeah, it's like I understand that like some people they're not into like that. I could see definitely being into the lore. For me, I really like the mini painting aspect. It's just so peaceful, and like it especially after like a long day at work. It's just chef's kiss, so nice, so good. But yeah, action figures are like one of those whole worlds that like I know some people who are really into, and I just have no knowledge of it, but it seems neat. Definitely seems neat. Other players were so really, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's always that kind of weird thing that's like, to a certain degree, you do need to sort of you just need to recruit, like you do have to like kind of be open for new people coming in, like, you know, within reason. Well, hell yeah. I mean, I am jelly about being like, so like I like painting minis, but like being a traditional artist is like you get so much more out of that in just terms of just flexibility of things. Like, I love painting my little dudes, but I would love to have like a finished piece that I could use for some stuff. But I mean, that's a skill issue on my end. That's one of those things that I just need. If I guess like one of those things that like I say that I would like to, and I really do. But also, like, if I really, really, truly was feeling it, I would put in the work, you know? I mean, yeah, they do. I mean, they do have this. Yeah, I the sorcerer, so I have to imagine, you know, probably pretty bad. Grinding up people. I know Emperor Shonen does more than grinding up people in the drugs, but it's just so funny, the idea of grinding people up in the drugs. It's such a funny idea. Like it's hard not to think about that a lot when I think about Emperor's Children. Years before. Oh, you've been around for a while then. You still got any of those like really hella old minis? Like every now and then I'll see when like especially because there's that whole like there is like a way more active old hammer scene these days. Like there's if you want to look at like there's a really cool online fan magazine called Lead Rot that's sort of about it. And like they're talking about how like there was a Because like like the Games Workshop got the Lord of the Rings license like a while ago, and that kind of saved the company, to be honest. But like prior to that, they had the Lord of the Rings license twice. And the first time was like very like based on the books and stuff like that. And basically all of those are in metal. I think they're like reasonably. I think some of the models are very easy to get, but like if you're wanting like like if you're trying to get like Frodo, you're gonna be fucked. But if you're just like I'm cool with like a couple of orcs and maybe a Nazgul, you can get something there. Yeah, I got into minis around like 2011 through War Machine though. Oh yeah, God, I have to imagine getting like Heresy stuff over there is probably a pain in the dick. I will say, how hard is it? Like, what's the 3D printing scene where you're at? Because I do know a lot of people do really cool Heresy 3D prints. And if like Games Workshop is, just going to be a dick and not make their stuff available to you, like, do what you gotta do. But yeah, I have to imagine just getting stuff over there is probably pretty fucking annoying. But yeah, there's it's neat. I do see a lot of nostalgia, especially a lot of people these days are doing like when I was a kid, I really wanted a Full Metal Crimson Fist like list, and then now they're going back in and really doing stuff. Oh no! Oh, 100%. No, that's totally fair. It's like definitely that like double-edged sword where it's like it'll get you, it will get you sales, but then yeah, G-dubs is like, today I feel like being an asshole, and then like your entire business explodes. No, that's totally fair. No, especially like if you're looking to kind of like I think if anything more like Trench Crusade and Turnip stuff would be easier to really pop in there. If you're looking for like a war game to kind of make some minis for. It'd also be cool to see more people do stuff for Flames of Orion, which is like a kind of minis agnostic mech game. But I have also not gotten a chance to play it. I just found out that there's some people nearby who do some Flames of Orion games. So I'm like, oh, maybe I'll give that a go. Oh, you do mechs, okay? Yeah, if you want to post those in the Discord, you can totally can. It'd be easier for me to check those out later. But yeah, if you want to, we got a couple of BattleTech people. I'm assuming by mechs you're meaning BattleTech stuff, but like. If not, hey, I mean, there's still plenty of mech people who would appreciate that. I think mech stuff is cool. I just don't. That's something I do want to do this year is maybe get like I need to get at least a lance. I need like a singular lance. It could be like baby's first, like beginner lance. I don't give a shit. I just think I need one. I think I need one at the very, very least. Just so I could be like, oh, cool. It's time for mech. I will play one singular mech. I don't know why I keep doing like now. I'm doing like red legs and like darker purple red upper torso. I mean, it works. There you go. Yay! Join the Discord. Discord, cool. Also, if you join the Discord, you can watch some like really bad fantasy movie. Though she was amazing. But yeah, when I was digging through, I did find I was so like, let's see, let me grab those. I can just show you how many I got kicking around because I was gifted some. Like a friend of a family was like, hey, he's like one of those people that will like really like customizing his lances to the point he'll buy like the same box like 2 times, but like he doesn't need all the other parts of the box. He just needs one mech. So like I got. I'll go limp for like one. I will. Thing about this setup is like my backlog is directly on an open shelf like couple feet behind me. I can just go up and just turn around and just grab them. But yeah, these are the ones I believe I was gifted by him that I have not gotten to like properly sort. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, just put those. I think some of these are also ones that I did also get from the starter sets. So I got like I have no ability to like visually map out like what these are. I do have the cards. Like I do have a bunch of like the Alpha Strike cards, so I could probably use those to like, there we go. Like I got a Mist Lynx Prime somewhere in there. I'm still digging some more. There's still a couple in here. There we go. It depends if there's what's it called? If there's like what's it called? There's a work in progress channel, and then there's also a finished minis channel. Either one of those will work depending on the progress. I like how chunky this fucker is. So yeah, I got like I said, I got a decent amount of battle mechs from that guy. I just need to actually I just actually need to like sit down and paint some. I just don't really, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like the material they're made out of. I don't really care for the material they're made out of. They're just kind of rubbery. But yeah, I mean, I already have them. I might as well. Just tiny lead. What you might want to do then, Matthew, is maybe do check out Flames of Orion. It's a bit more rules light, but it's still got a lot more custom. It's got a lot of customization stuff. It's more like you just build a mech out of parts. You build a mech out of parts, and stuff like that. Yeah, I've never really liked the really rubbery bones material. It's never been super duper great. Yeah, I'm not sure why I was given so many clan mechs. I guess it's just what he had extras of. So it's like, you know, I won't look a gift lance in the mouth. I guess clan mechs are in stars, I think. Well, effectively, the BattleTech mechs are sort of made out of, like, I would argue more like board game piece material. Because I mean that is kind of their benefit, because like you know, for most war games, like what's it called? All right, settle down, JC, settle down. We're just talking. We're having a civil discussion, talk about minis, but the idea with BattleTech, it's like, okay, instead of you can go to theoretically, like Barnes and Nobles just has like a whole bunch of them there. Like you can go to a Barnes and Nobles. You can spend $25. Let's say that like you're not going to use one of the starter boxes. The starter boxes are a reasonable deal, but let's say you just want to buy just like a random lance. You can get one for $25, and I believe those lances are sort of like pre-built to be like functional, like you can like customize your list and like really settle everything and whatnot. But like, what's it called? But like it's got like a very, very, very low onboarding cost. But in order for it to be that cheap, it has to be kind of an inherently shitty board gamey plastic. It's like this, like they weighed the pros and cons of that. And like I think you can get a couple of the individual mechs in like slightly better material these days. I think some of the newer stuff is a bit like higher quality too. But yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, they definitely seem to be themed like based on like, because I saw there's like different like clans and then also some other stuff. But like that is a really powerful like ace in your like I try to say like ace in your sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I guess it is inherently like a very complicated board game too. But like, I don't know. I would like to give it a go. I feel like there's like a couple of like, I feel like bucket list is too strong, but like I feel like as a war gamer, there's like a couple of games that like I should at least get like one okay-ish game of BattleTech in. It's kind of weird because like I said, in like at least where I'm at in the US, it is I'm very lucky that my LGS does sell that stuff. That's how you doing, Lady Doombot? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. How you doing, Shadow Raven? And how you doing, Dino Fan? Well, what are you working on, nerd? What are you working on? I am currently working on a bunch of infractors for the Emperor's Children, guys. This is very, very work in progress, but Consider that these were just kind of like spray painted plastic when I started. Pretty decent. Yeah, I do have a Fulgrim I need to paint. I do need to paint my Fulgrim, but I want to do some heavy kit bashing on him just because I'm not super. I'm kind of on the like. Not that I think that the base Fulgrim model's bad. It's just that like I really like having like my own special characters and just kind of having like a vanilla Primarch doesn't super excite me. Oh shit, you were working on your Fulgrim. Let's go. I will say he's like. Oh, were you doing the Heresy one or the what's it called? The Heresy one or the 40k one? I will say he is a very nice model. Fulgrim is absolutely a good model, but like I wanna eventually once I get to mine, I want to really. I very much like kit bashing stuff, so it's one of my favorite things to do. I need to go and do that proper at some point. Ooh. Oh, I'll say Black Goopy let's say Black Goopy Vulcan. Black Goopy Fulgrim would be pretty legit. Hell yeah, let's go. Nice. Yeah, I still like I agree with, it's like I still really like the like that's why I think like the Bad Ab War is such a cool place, because it's like, yeah, it was like, you know, there's like a couple named characters there, but they were not like the super big ones, and you got to have like new characters kind of doing their own thing, and you got some smaller chapters getting some time to shine. I'm like, oh, that's cool, that's nice, I like that a lot, as opposed to a lot of more modern 40k stuff where it's like, oh boy, Gilman and Calgar. I like apparently Calgar is showing up on Calgar's apparently showing up on Armageddon. It's like, goddamn, man, that dude is fucking everywhere. He's fucking everywhere. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I feel like at some point, I have to imagine that they're going to slowly roll out like one Loyalist Primarch and maybe like one Demon Primarch per edition. Maybe they'll get around. Maybe they'll get around to Korax. I don't know. Maybe. G-Dubs is very interesting, where sometimes they kind of feel like they forget about the Raven Guard. So we'll find out. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm okay with just like having my OC do not steal dudes. It's been going pretty good so far. It's because. Once again, I do think, I will say once again though, I do think the Infractors have like a pretty good balance of like detail. You're half and half. I'm doing like a dark purple and like a red because I'm doing like, effectively mine's a Wordbearer's warband that fell to Slanesh. You are kind of mixing. Actually, I don't think I got very many of like the... I think I did pretty minimal on here. Maybe I should add a little bit more of that color. They're bullshit. Here's the Sun Phoenix Lords. I still think it'd be cool if like this. It would be such a kick in the dick, but like, man, there we go. If one day they're like, okay, don't worry, Eldar players, you're getting your own Primarch, and they just fucking wheel out like just a like Dark Eldar mangled up the con. Like, here you go. You got a Primarch. Enjoy. Nah, I mean, I do think the con is a pretty cool guy. So I don't know if I'd want him to be mangled up, though. That would be an interesting ballsy move on G-Dub's part. They'll never do it, but like, come on, do it. Come on, G-Dubs, do it. I dare you. I double dog dare you. Oh yeah, it's weird. It's like technically this is like a custom warband, and I do have a lot of kit bashing on them. I don't really have like a from scratch, this is my original chapter sort of deal. It would be cool to do though. If this guy, I think this guy might go pure red, because I think I have another one that I want to do just all that like dark kind of purple red. Yeah, I was thinking about doing once the Armageddon box rolls around, I was debating the idea of maybe building a custom chapter with everybody. Just like roll on some tables and stuff like that. Do like I will say that the White Dwarf issue I got that has like the fun tables, some of those are pretty good. Like some of those tables are pretty good, but I think there's a lot more like color generators. Like they were very lax. It was like, I get what they were doing. So the table generator, they're like, okay, in lore, Ultramarines and Imperial Fists have the most successor chapters because they just have remarkably stable gene seed, and then also like they were pretty populous by the end of the heresy, so they just happen to have like a lot of successor chapters. So like if you use the chapter generator that they put in that White Dwarf, it's like roll a d6 on a 1. It is unknown gene seed. Ooh, spooky. If you roll a 2, it's an Ultramarine gene seed successor. If you roll 3, it's Imperial Fist. And then if you roll a 4, you roll again, and it's like White Scars, Raven Guard, and like maybe like Space Wolves. And then they split out the remaining Loyalist chapters based on like sub rolls, which is really annoying. Oh, that would be cool. The Gilliman that laughs. That would be neat. It'd be cool if Eldar got some stuff. I don't know. Like every now and then I do like. I think for like the first time in a while, I saw the appeal of just like I could see myself doing something Eldari, because like not Eldari, like Eldar apostrophe Y, but like what's it called? At the LGS I was at, like apparently somebody just traded in just like a bunch of and like this is the one that was like more of a group. Like the one that's like more of a club, and somebody just like gave him some Eldar, and I was just like picking up and looking. I'm like, you know, these do look pretty cool. These do look pretty sick. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision. Yeah, there's like a couple. I know, especially after like Primaris stuff got introduced, they're like, oh yeah, you can. It's a lot easier to have a Space Wolf successor chapter now. I think because initially they're even in that thing they're like, well, you know, you could maybe do like let me zoom out a little bit. I keep accidentally. Oh shit, we got ad break coming up. Hold on, Chotomate. Let me run that. Oh fuck, it's time to go back. Sorry, I got. This is gonna sound really weird. I got reminded that Prince Shizor from fucking Star Wars was a thing that exists. So I had that image saved. I was like, you know, it's been a while since I updated that screen. Yeah, it's funny because I used to play a lot more glass can stuff back when I did like War Machine. But like that's basically all the Legion of Everblight were. They were super duper glass cans, but they just had big monsters too, which was rad. It was such a rad combo. I miss it dearly. It's kind of weird because like I'm kind of all over the place now for like what is like my play style for war games. I definitely skew more elite. I know every time that there's like a skirmish game, I'm just like, okay. I'm gonna run like a very, very elite force. I like giving my guys the nice armor and the nice weapons and the nice shields. Though hey, at least my Pestilence Skaven are pretty different from that. So I'm getting a little bit of a extra variety. That's cool. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds like a delicious fucking snack. I have not. I generally try to keep the snacks pretty low at my place, just because, like, you know, I'm trying to avoid snacking a little bit. But it's like, ooh, I do feel the hunger. Do feel the hunger for sure. That quick, yeah, exactly. It's you either wreck face. I do feel bad though, because sometimes if you're really good at glass cannon, I remember tabling a guy in War Machine, and like I felt bad. Sometimes it's not super common, but sometimes you can like do too well at a war game, and it doesn't feel like a fun like sportly endeavor. And like, oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally crushed your shit. Skavens are still Skavens though, indeed. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm so my thought is to avoid grazing. I just kind of, you know, just avoid having, like, you know, if the snack is not in my immediate vicinity, then I cannot graze. I say that and I have a big tasty thing of Chex Mix right now, but like, you know, that was a moving snack. I've been eating like garbage. The move has forced me to eat like garbage because I haven't been able to like cook, just because like the kitchen was not set up. I do have the kitchen set up now though, so I'm hoping to actually get like my usual like bachelor chow eating routine back in action. That shouldn't be too hard. So this guy is entirely red. There we go. Also something I really, it's like I need these guys to have some bases. It's so hard because I will fully admit that I am very weak to, I can have a little treat. I can treat myself a little bit. I fall into that shit super easy. It's because like especially I'm really bad of like usually buying dumb shit. that's you know, that's always kind of leads into things. I'm like, I don't need this. But man, I had a rough day. And usually that's like, it's nothing like crazy big. It's mostly just like, well, I'm gonna go get some new paints, or maybe I'll get like a pack of magic cards or something like that. Oh, I had a hard day. I should treat myself, and it's like, no, I should not. Very bachelor chow. What was that for Futurama? It's like now with real flavor or something like that, or like now with real kibble, something like that. Yeah, but basically I make a sort of like baked chicken, broccoli, rice sort of setup, and I just kind of like meal prep the shit out of that, and it lasts me for several days, and it's really good, and like, you know, pretty cost efficient. I get my meats, I get my veggies, reasonably healthy. So like, if I am not feeling like, I used to be, like I said, I used to be way more adventurous of a cook, but just because I'm so busy, I just don't, I very rarely cook for fun these days. So like just having something like that is like really stops me from going, time to DoorDash, time to spend like $30 for DoorDash, because every time you order anything now, there's like basically like an additional $10 in extra charges. Like, you know, the how bachelor chow has been succeeding at its stated purpose. So I can't complain too much. It's not bad. It's a very utilitarian meal for sure though. Yeah, the delicious this is gelatin and mayonnaise. It's a perfect treat for a happy, hungry family, and you're like, oh god. No wonder a lot of people from that generation just turned out like weird and hateful. They got fed so much Jello that it curdled their soul. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get where that guy's coming from. Like it like so like I like food. It's pretty good, but I feel the same way. I wish I could feel the same way about food of just like wanting to like see a movie or something like if I wanted if I want to make like a day of it or like go to a restaurant or something like that, that's fine. But like for every other time, I would in theory like not I would in theory I would be okay with that just like delicious man kibble. So I feel like to a certain degree though that is probably also just trying to get like TikTok engagement, but like yeah no I get the impulse in a weird way where it's like I like food, but legitimately if there was like a little like we never got that like sci-fi super pill where you eat it and it's like all the nutrients and you're not hungry, like if that was available at like a decent price, I would be that's all I would eat outside of like I said special occasions. But alas, it doesn't exist. And I know there's like Huel and other stuff, but that stuff I'm always a little wary about because I feel like you're probably just getting charged money to eat sawdust. Like it's soybeans and filler. You love filler paste, don't you? Delicious filler. If it was less of kind of like I don't know if I'd quite say grift, but like clearly just there is just kind of a way just to kind of like lazily obtain money. I would definitely do that. I would definitely do that. But I've not quite fallen to, like I said, I haven't quite gotten the full kibble yet, but I get it. I get it. I understand conceptually. This guy's face is gonna be a huge pain. He's got like these like little sectioned off areas and whatnot. It shouldn't be too bad though. I will say once again, like, for a project that I have kind of abandoned, this is neat. This is nice to go back to this. I do think there's like a lot of like that. I think about this a lot. Hi there, Lavender. How you doing? Welcome. Oh yeah, they're really nice. I find that like despite the fact that like they're like oh yeah the god of excess and whatever, there is like a nice level of restraint. In terms of like modeling, like arguably these guys have like less like random bullshit jingle janglies than like a lot of like Marines these days. Like, oh yeah, this is like doable. This is not like crazy annoying to put together. But yeah, I've been working on these lads because I have not gotten any I do have like the the Turp 28 chicken. I do have the chicken that I need to finish up. I still got these guys to finish up. They're actually like very, very, very close, but I need just to do some like add some goo and some other stuff to them. Like really touch them up a little bit. The big thing though is I've been kind of holding off on them is I don't have a photography setup right now. I need to. I can't take. I used to have like a dedicated, like legit, unironically, like a dedicated photography room for all my minis, and like I just don't. I don't got that in my new place. Like I mean, I think I can make one again. Like I'm definitely optimizing my places. Like this is like a studio and like a place I live and like a streaming setup, and also I have Snake. Soldier. Hey, let's go. Oh yeah, the Blight Lords. Oh yeah, the Blight Kings. I'm torn because I do like the original Blight Kings kit, but I do think that those new ones look pretty nice. I also did some things I've not done before of like using what's it called? Using like glue soaked tissue paper to kind of layer over the fabric because it kind of makes the fabric look a bit more real and rugged, and you can kind of mix in some. You can mix in some like typhus corrosion or other flavors, season the grit to your taste to really make them look kind of like real grimy and whatnot. And for that, they're really sick. take a look. Let's take a look at the lads. Let's take a look at the lads. We got pretty good progress. I really do want to glue them on the bases, but their bases aren't even like really close. I will say though, I do still really like the old kit. I do think genuinely the old kit is like one of my favorite G-Dubs kits of all time. So I'm not surprised they're still selling it. Did I say hi, Lord Bones? How you doing? How you doing? Like it's like that thing, especially like, okay, like even if you don't build them as Blight Kings anymore, they are a treasure trove of bits for Death Guard. There's a guy that every now and then his method of clickbaiting his videos drives me up the fucking wall. It's I think it's like Hellstorm Wargaming or whatever, who's like, inside this box there's actually 20 more Marines, but then the real thing is like in very small text, also you have to buy this like Mark 6 Marine box or whatever. Like, yes, if you take two boxes together, you can kind of create one unit where you sort of divide the parts that have like the stronger visual identity from one box to another. Like conceptually I get that, but it's like the way he always phrases those always just like really drive me nuts. Yeah, I was having an idea of like I don't want to buy a kit of Flawless Blades, so I was actually thinking about using some Stormcast bits for them. I have those somewhere. That's another one of those like I have a box of bullshit that I need to find so I can find that project again. Oh yeah, they're a pretty good fit. I have I have these like, where am I busy? I was given a bunch of like the really old Khorne Berserkers, and like I had for some reason also a bunch of Mark III legs. How are you doing, the horror loving? How you doing? Moist. There we go. I was revving up for that one. How you doing? I'd be working on lads, and the lads be doing pretty good. Seeing like what little details I want to get on the lads. Oh yeah, they do have a couple of pouches. I'm gonna do like a dark gray pouch just because I'm feeling lazy. What if I do? I think a dark gray would be good. The one thing I haven't really gotten back out yet are all my Pro Acro paints. Like I have them on like the little setup thing. I'm just trying to remember what they look like. There we go. Hey, it's all good. I knew what you're talking about. Yeah, hold on. They're like, I do like to do a lot of skin stuff. Like it's funny. Like I really like painting skin cloaks. So it's really funny that I actually have not painted any Night Lords yet. I love skin cloaks. It's one of my favorite things. Like if they have like, it's like yeah, sure, this guy's got like a little bit of skin pouch on his his shoulder pad. I actually forget if the shoulder pad's a 3D print or not. I think both these are 3D prints. But like the little tabard on the bottom, I'm making that skin. Yeah, I'm thinking dark gray would be kind of good for these guys. So maybe I might build up to it, especially because like it's introducing more Word Bearers colors back into it, which I think is neat for what I'm doing, because I'm doing like effectively like Word Bearers derived ones. So I can add like a little bit of extra gray, especially because like it's always super weird for like Space Marine belts, if that makes any sense. Like arguably these guys, their belts are more belt-like than like regular Mark 6s have belts, but they're kind of like a built into their body sort of deal. So like these guys, like I could color the belt, or I could just leave them the same as the armor, because that's what happens for every other Marine. So I don't know. Hey, it's all good, Tundra. Have yourself a good lurk, yo. Yeah, I really want that kill team. I want the kill team. Sometimes it comes back into stock, and I'm just like, this is a bad time for it to come back into stock, and I don't get it. A long ball sack, no. yeah, someone else's skin, yeah. These guys, we do be out there bearing that word. But yeah, I think Kill Team's another one of those games that like, I know somebody in my Magic group was getting into Kill Team. Like he was just one day, he's like, hey Hal, did I do good? And just posted like a bunch of the RBD's Kill Team that he started painting, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. Good shit, my guy. But we haven't actually got to play a game for a while. He's been like really, really busy, so he hasn't actually gotten to play Magic with like the rest of us. And again, I've actually not gotten to play Magic with that group in like basically like a month and a half, maybe 2 months, just because of like move stuff. I've been using Wednesdays as like extra days to pack before like I did the big move. I'm hoping tomorrow I can actually go and like be like, hey guys, I'm not dead, I've moved. I think that's gonna be fun. Just like catching up a lot with the IRL homies. For such the best. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Hey, I mean, at least you're using the models at the end of the day. You know, it's like whatever. How you doing, 14? How you doing? I've been working on my Emperor's Children all day. Boy, are my arms tired. I think the tricky thing is like, I also know that there's like a very like bespoke terrain component to it. And like I no longer see that like there's like the big starter kit, the one that was like it's like Scions versus Vespids. So I'm like, this would be like I would like to do Kill Team. But like I know you can just kind of do your own terrain. And it's possible that maybe that works. I was kind of under the impression that like if you didn't follow very specific terrain guidelines, like the game just doesn't work or you explode. I do like because like here's the thing. I like a lot of the heresy schemes, but goddamn is the heresy filled with just guys who are painted red. So it was incredibly refreshing when they're like, oh yeah, no, the world eaters are actually like white and blue. I'm like, oh, that's cool, that's nice. Because it's like word bearers are red, blood angels are red, thousand suns are red. World Eaters eventually become red. It's like, oh god, Games Workshop cannot help itself with the color red. It's always kind of been like that, to be fair. But it's really, really, really stupid. You can do them gray, and like it's not gray word bearers aren't bad. I forget if I've done any myself. There's a couple of guys I was setting. Like I was going to try to do a command squad of some dudes for my word bearers, like right before the move. I found some like really cool like bestiarium helmets and stuff like that I was going to use, and I think I still got that bag somewhere around here. I just need to like refine that again and like actually build those, and then I could stream myself painting them. Oh, that'd be cool. I mean, they were, to be fair though, they were also red word bearers of Betrayal Calth too, so. Yeah, I think really, yeah, we're like world eaters with any amount of like what's it called? With any amount of white is like chef's kiss, beautiful. But like I'm like, but whether it's blue shoulders or red shoulders, I think both. There's pros and cons for both. But yeah, no, it's just the fucking like so good, so good. I'm also a hypocrite though, because I could paint my word bearers. I could paint my word bearers gray. But I'm like, but I like red. And I know it's funny because technically both get they're like that they like a lot of armies reach red by natural conclusions, like things that make sense. Like it's not like Games Workshop had like a stupid logic idea. I get it. So you're like, okay, you have an army of blood drinking vampire knights. What color scheme do you make them? Red. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's do that. We have an entire army of berserk fighters of the god of blood. What color do you paint them? Red. Yeah, that makes sense. You have an army of demon worshippers who specifically evoke like horrible occult imagery and like demons and like devils and whatnot. What color do you paint them? Red. Yeah, that makes sense. And like individually, all three of those make logical sense for red. Honestly, purple word bears would have fucked. If I wasn't doing purple Death Guard, purple word bears could be really, really, really legit. Black, they could too. I think the reason they stuck away from black is just because they locked in Black Legion. What I think is interesting is just that like what's it called? Yeah, it's like purple, and really, I don't understand why orange. Like no orange. Like there was when I was looking through some of the new White Dwarf that I was reading that had like the rules for like how to generate your own chapters and stuff. Somebody did a homebrew chapter that was just orange, and I'm like, fuck, this actually looks really good. It was really funny though, because they're like, well, I really like painting this scheme for the Votan, so I thought I would do that for some Space Marines. I'm like, this is what a wild ass fucking journey you've gone on, my dude. Importing color schemes from Votan to Marines is like, I don't think it's like wrong or they're stupid for thinking that or whatever. It's just like, that is a wild fucking journey. Paint them a little more orange with the contrast. Yeah, I have kind of noticed that like some of the yellows have like more of an orange tint. So sometimes you'll see like the really stark yellow ones. And then other times you will see that kind of like more like warm, kind of like sunset yellow. I like that one. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Welcome. Painting orange is kind of a pain, but also so is white and yellow. So like, whatever. I do agree with you, Joe. I do agree with you. Vitamin C Brigade. Yeah, how you doing? It's definitely been a while. How you doing? I have never stopped being an elf of culture. I am locked into it. The culture's in my jelly bones. See a red marine that I wanted painted black. I mean, that's still Blood Angels. That's just taking the Blood Angels from regular Blood Angels to the Death Company. So, oh yeah, no, that's fair. I feel like work and life has been kicking a lot of people's asses lately. So like, the amount of people who've come in like, "How I haven't been here in a while. I'm so sorry, dude." It's like, don't worry, we're all there. We're all there at the same time. It's all good. On there. I'm saving these. So like, he's got like a very obvious, like, this is going to be like a container of like drugs or whatever. And I think I'm just going to be really lazy. And after I enamel wash that, I'm going to paint that white and just make it glow green. I think I'm just going to make all their like little vials and needles just glow green because it just makes sense. It just makes sense for what I want to do. Yeah, I know a lot of people do. Yeah, they do that like gray base and then they layer it up. I think that's the sane way to do white. I still don't really have a white army. Maybe one day I will. Maybe one day I'll have a white army, but like, listen, I love a green glow. It is what I do for my Skaven, and it's what I do for my word bearers. It's great. I have some green turnip guys. And so for my conquest army that I want to do, I do want to do the conquest guys in green. Because the original guy wanted them to be like a turnip 28 sort of themed army, but like I'm trying to dial back because they like overly gridded the fuck up out of that. So I'm like, okay, if I bring that back down and like remove a lot of the tufts and the grime and whatnot. But if I kind of like keep a lot of the vegetation on the base and paint them green, like I picked up, so I've never used actually one of the like army painter triads where they're like, pick 3 colors, they go good together. I don't think I've ever actually done that before. I was like, well, I'll give it a shot. I'll see how they look. I was actually really wanting to get like, I've been really kind of gung-ho on the Pro Acryl train lately. But for some reason, just like all of the grings were just like my shop has a Pro Acryl like little display shelf, and that motherfucker is wiped out. That shit is wiped out. Oh yeah, bone whites. So like something that I would love to do if I ever did an Eldar, like, I've not played Dawn of War 3. Dawn of War 3 bad, not like that's what people say. What I would really like, I will say the one thing that I thought that was really, really cool about that game is the trailer. And the trailer have all of their Eldar with like the Wraith Bone has like an actual like bone grit to it. And I don't think that grit would be easy to replicate, but I think that like having a lot of that kind of like bone coloration on the Eldar would look pretty legit. That's true. If I do get that box, that will mean that I will have orcs, and then I could paint the orcs. Very, very real. We'll see. Really depends on like how much that box is, because it's also tricky because it's like I think getting that box would be good for the stream, because like it'd be like a fun project to do, and everyone like we can make a custom chapter. But I also know if I get that box, that means like that's money that I could be putting towards the rigging for the new model. And it feels weird if I'm like, I would like money for rigging, please. Also, I'm going to buy models. Like I don't know. It feels bad to me. I'm sure you guys probably don't care nearly as much as I'm overthinking this, but like it's my brain keeps having that thought. I'm like, I would feel really bad. Yeah, and I think the answer that keeps coming back to is like, I think a subathon wouldn't be bad. We'll have a maid outfit toggle. No. No. Do I have the preview? Oh yeah, I do have the preview on screen. Here's like a very small preview of what the model like. So like, I really need to stress that not only is like me and Nazuna have like basically the exact same tastes. So like she was like, "Thank you for giving me a job." Like you know how like artists will sometimes, you know, they'll work for food, you know. I think Nazuna, I don't think Nazuna is like a full-time illustrator. I could be wrong. But like, you know, when like an artist is just like, yeah, they'll do a commission and like they'll work hard on it. But like clearly when I gave Nazuna the suggestion, it activated her neurons. Like I want to give you guys some context. When I got a response from Nazuna for the model stuff, she's like, "Hey, I've made a toggle for the blood because I know sometimes blood can be like TOS, so the blood is on its own layer to be easy to separate it." I don't believe I asked Nazuna for having myself covered in blood. It's not like a crazy amount of blood. And it's not like I dislike that choice. It's just like, this is what I'm talking about. She's like, yes, this elf man has given me money to be fed. I am going to feast. She's also the one that I've you know, I can show. I've showed a preview of this before. This is Pena will still be on the new outfit. Here's like a fun little treat. I mean, if you guys ever want like a maid outfit though, that's a, you know, that's like $2,000. It's like there we go. She's like, can I dress up Pena like a little Spartan warrior guy? And I'm like, Nazuna Mama, you absolutely fucking can. Like, she's like, yeah, yippee. You know, she didn't say it like that. She didn't say it like that, but the yippee whimsy was definitely in her heart for sure. Helper maid. It's like a non-trivial amount of art pieces of me in a maid outfit though. Like if you check my art tag on Twitter, that does exist. I've been drawn as a maid at least 3 times, I think, at this point. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds about like the correct amounts. What do I do? I'm gonna save the vials. I guess I could go ahead and paint the vials, like, because like they're gonna get grimed up anyway, but there we go. I need to grab some of the bold titanium white. I can get that in a couple spots. Get a little bit of there. Oh, thank God. I was super worried this was going to be clogged up. But Nazuna has not drawn me in a maid outfit. That does not exist. That does not. Back from touching grass. Welcome back, yo. The lads are pretty good. Not like crazy progress, but also I really need to get their bases done. Like I could work on the bases on stream, but really a lot of the basing for me is like add some cork, let it dry, add some like little ruin bits, let it dry, kind of wiggle it around to see if it works. Hey, it's all good, Oni. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Have a good rest. Be like real rough with it. Something I eventually want to try doing. I do have some white oil paints, and I know that like the El Miniaturista guy is the one who does like the like white oil paint glow, because apparently you can get that shit to flow like stupid easy. I would like to try that some because you know it's like I have the oil paint. I might as well give it a go one of these days. Also debating, so he's got this like little like leg speaker thing. I could also make that glow. I don't know. Hey, I mean that's a pretty decent amount of hours of sleep. I think that's a non-trivial amount of sleep. Hell yeah, let's go. You know, always get as much sleep as you can, no matter what. Here, where's your glow stick? He's just got okay. Oh, I think so. He's got a metal tube that I need to like go and actually paint. So we got you. I think a lot of these guys I just need to paint their injectors. Yeah, I guess I could actually like dry brush on the injectors, weirdly enough. Some water. Yeah, but Nelson and Mama had a lot of fun with it. She's such a delight to work for too. Very, 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 very nice lady. So now now the journey would be like, I guess probably maybe what I might do. I might make a subathon suggestion thingy in the Discord channel just to figure out like, hey, what would you guys like? Because I am effectively like, I'm both like clueless and like my brain is violently configured to not want to do a subathon, but I do think for getting the model rigged, I do think that needs to be a thing. So I will probably open that up. I also know I also know that I have some VTuber friends I just need to ask, be like, hey, I know you've done subathons before. How does one do this and not explode from cringe? Thank you. Oh god, yeah, if you have a child, yeah, that would be a solid amount of sleep then. Yeah, especially like if you have like with a kid, if you can get some Z's now, like you know, do what you can to get some sleep. Could paint rats. I could just paint rats. I could do that. I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. It's like I don't know. Like it's weird. It's like I feel like I should know what you nerds want, but I also think you guys are very, very nice. So like it's hard. It's hard to figure out what is sort of the exact sort of thing you all want. Miss an injector or something. Oh, I missed the back of it. Let that dry a little bit. Subathon. I'm intrigued. Tell me more. Tell me more what you're thinking about that. I'm curious. I'm curious. I do want to do more with the zine. I think I mentioned before that I found some really cool like magic bootleg stuff that I want to do. I want to basically take my current like EDH commanders and I want to sort of make like cool physical bootlegs of them and then scan them and then put them in the zine, because I do need to make Rot issue 1 happen. I think my goal is like I want to treat oh yeah, I need to look at, so there is a convention thingy that I want to go. Let's see. Like I want to go. There's like a place. There's a big thing called Under the Dice Fest, which is like a sort of big. What's it called? I never dry brushed a gold. No, I did. I just didn't dry brush the gold on like that little shoulder pad, which I can go ahead and get that real quick. I can definitely keep that in mind as an idea to do. But like something I've been seeing a lot is the idea of like there's not like Japan's got like a really big zine culture, but also because of like Comic-Cat is a thing. And when it's funny, but I mean, it's more like a you know, the doujinshi like section. It's like, it's not all just like anime bullshit, but it is very much like a very similar kind of overlap with like how we do zines. And it's like, if I could get like a physical printed copy ready for Under the Dice Fest, that I could like go there and like hand out to people and be like, yo, I made this thing. I am not making money off of it because I don't think you know, it'd be hard to be like, hey, I'm this guy you don't know. You should buy my zine. You should buy my zine. I don't know. I don't know. I'm speaking like that, but you know what I mean. I guess the nice thing too is there's always stuff you could do with like a QR code too, where it's like I could like QR code tipping, I guess. Like this is free if you really want to give me money. But yeah, I want to get like the idea that like if in that zine that like would have like, oh yeah, you could download the bootlegs of like my Magic cards in there. I want to add some like that's also why I need to get the blog up and running. Like even if I just use the blog as like just like writing practice. Because like I do get asked a decent amount about like so what's the lore for your special boys? And it's like I would like just to be able to go, oh, easy, go here. I've written a ton about it. But like I don't quite have that set up just yet. So I just have to be like, well, so they're like there's some guys and they do some stuff. Because like I have bits and pieces of this in my brain already. I just need to like really like I need to be able to be like, okay, the guy who leads this warband, his name is X. Yeah, he has a name. I can refer to the name, and then if people ask me to like there's like, yeah, this is his warband. He does a lot of shit. It'd be like that. Like I think having that as a basis would be kind of neat. I guess I got this like pretty. Like you can still get like the acrylic white to flow pretty well, but yeah, it's really tricky because like I really like how El Mitrista does his glow effects, but he also goes a little overboard sometimes with like I find glow effects are tricky because like there are sometimes people will do that similar. I'm also keep moving them up. I think this is another one of those things I need to do. Like, hold on, it's like something like that. I'm so used to like the physicality of my old painting area, so like I can feel myself begin to push to the side where I'm just like, oh yeah, no, my body it yearns for the yield stability, which I think I'm like adapting. Like I don't know if you guys can tell, I do feel like I'm speaking louder than I did yesterday, and you know, there's been no negative consequences to that so far. So you know, yippee, let's go. That's good. Because I was like, I definitely can tell that I'm being quiet, and like I might still be like a little quieter than usual. Like part of me is like it's like I almost wonder if like I need to like push it until I find that like threshold of like what's too loud, what's too annoying, like what's going to anger my neighbors. And then like, okay, I found that magical limit. I will keep under that. But it's also tricky too, because if you do that, then it's like the grudge is formed, and now like any amount of bullshit will just kind of get like brought up. So I don't want to like push it like too hard. But yeah, I do want to get like I need to see when that is. I do need to see when Under the Dice Fest is, so I can actually begin doing a proper planning for that. I think that'd be just like a fun goal to have too, which is like it's like a neat little growth thing of like doing creative stuff, but also like it still gives me like, you know, I have like a set date I gotta maintain. I gotta like plan some shit out. But so I think having that like little bit of like, you know, like a goal and some structure is going to be neat. So I'm really happy the way these guys have turned out tonight. Like they're definitely not. They're definitely not done. But this is also kind of once again hitting that like I could bring these to the tabletop and not feel totally bad. I could actually start poking out the eye on stage. Got some of the angles on that. Yeah, I like a little gross, like this weird lump I got on my back. A little growth. Oh no, my back's fine. See, let's do. I also need to like bring out a couple little and drop in the lead. Like this was a lighter shade that I wanted to build up a bit. It's using the shadiest brush. This brush is basically flat. I'm kind of surprised it's still sort of working for its intended use. I'm just using like the Rakarth, whatever. I'm using the Griffin Claw from Tooth and Coats to kind of like speckle over that, because I was like maybe I could use this as like because like the Pallid Witch. This one's sealed up. I know there's like, wait, there's like a equivalent. Like, I guess, okay, I guess. Oh, the Dark Ivory, I guess, from Proacral is kind of like a similar shade. Because I was like, I know I was searching around for a Rakkar Flesh equivalent. That's another one of those paints that's like, I haven't quite found like a good one-to-one just yet. I know, because like now that I got that like rough iron, I really don't need Warplock Bronze, and that just eliminated one of the G-Dubs colors I was still locked on. Rakkar Flesh is still kind of like not quite there. I'm not quite 100% like this is totally like obsoletes the other one, but I'm getting there. And this one's a bit brighter, but it's. Oh, there we go. I'm looking for a sponge. I just need to like, yeah, okay. I think I got like too much on there. I guess I'm effectively doing almost kind of like a dry brush. And build up this kind of like really rugged, leathery color. I guess I can always repaint over that front bit. Maybe. I'm both doing like a dry brush, but I'm also kind of like rippling. It's giving me a cool texture though. Vallejo Heavy Warm Gray. Ooh, okay. I do want to try to pop to the let's go. I do want to try. I haven't been to like the like I said I got like the club LGS and the like the one that's like the LGS that actually like it's like we got like a really good stock. I have not been to that second LGS for a while, and maybe I might just see if they got that there. Because I need to pick up some sleeves. Some of my magic sleeves are like in that like falling apart stage. I'm gonna be hanging out with some buds. Not that they're gonna be like, "Hey, loser, look at your shit sleeves," and then I just start weeping profusely. But like, you know, I like my sleeves to not fall apart. I basically just like get sleeves and I just sort of use them until they explode. Which, you know, I do that for most things though. Like one thing, like I've had this like plastic tub since college, and it's been fine for like doing like laundry and stuff. But I'm like, oh, it's just kind of like taking up a bunch of space. It's taking up a bunch of space, and then like maybe I could get rid of that. Shame for not using protection. I am. It's just it's breaking. I have flimsy protection for my Magnum deck. But like, yeah, it's actually gonna be it's weird. It's like I once again I continue to have a love-hate relationship with Magic, but I'm excited because I have not gotten to see these people that I play games weekly with for like legitimately straight up like a month or two. Like I'm super ready just to be like, hey guys, it's been a while. I missed you all. Ooh. So that's gonna be cool. It's gonna be neat. Let's see, what's another one? Oh yeah, I always try to get those little like little danglies. I think I was using like a green. I have this wild green as well that apparently I picked up at some point, and it's a different shade of light green compared to the other ones. Okay, that's not too bad. I do occasionally double up on paints. I got that like paint rack app, which is supposed to help manage that, but like I'm also, it's like in the same way of like, oh yeah, I got this like one app to help you manage your Magic card collection. And like I 3D printed one of those little like scan, like those, it's like a little holder for your phone. And then it's like a little container that you like drop the card in. It's supposed to slide in and like scan your card. And like, that was always kind of like really flimsy. And like it would take multiple like pushes through and whatnot. And that's like one of those things that like, even if that worked, like if that worked at like full blast all the time, I know you can buy like nicer professional versions of those things that like stores do to like bulk manage collections. My collection isn't that big. I don't need to go that ham. I think actually a big brain move. I hit it up with this to dark. Kind of go with the red to brighten it up. Hey, how you doing, Lawrence? Yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. It's like, once again, the Citadel paints aren't bad, but like they're the I hate the jars. I hate the jars, and like like other at that price you can get way better paints from other companies. But yeah, congratulations, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm using some Vallejo paints right now. So you get the little green little danglies. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's still paint stuff is really funny because on one hand it's like they're really like overpriced and kind of stupid, but also like you can if you know what you're doing still paint like fucking masterpieces with them. They're like it kind of blows my mind that there are like straight up like Golden Demon winners that are like, yeah, no, I never I've only used G-Dubs paints and I will never ever stop. And I'm like, huh, that's kind of wild. I guess maybe if you do actually, you know, that might be like one of those weird things where it's like subtle Games Workshop mind control. Because like, you know, the idea that like there's supposedly like if you go play games at a Warhammer store, you can't have like 3D printed bits or whatever. Now, most people don't play in G-Dub stores, and most G-Dub stores honestly don't care that much. Unless you're like going with your like fully 3D printed army to like Warhammer World or something like that. No one gives that much of a shit. But I do wonder straight up if it's like, oh yeah, this like if your entire thing is like grinding Golden Demon, and I don't mean this in like a derogatory way, but like, you know, one of your favorite things to do is you try to get into Golden Demon, you want to win, and I guess I mean, like I don't know how good an eye those people have who are judging to be like, this is definitely painted with non-G-Dub shades. But I do wonder if there's maybe like a weird component of like almost like an interview process afterwards where they just kind of like figure out what you were using, or if it's like maybe, or it's also tricky because sometimes those people sell tutorials. Where it's like and like a lot of times if you do tutorials, like, you know, not all the time, but like sometimes tutorials are like, yeah, you got to use G-Dubs paints for these tutorials, so that way if Jimmy New Warhams decides to roll and just find your video for how to paint Space Marine, that you can give them paints that they will be able to get, and then they will not bounce off and they're like, oh, I only got Citadel near me, well, bye. Guess you're getting fucked over, buddy. It's always interesting just kind of how that kind of stuff works. What do you call a British chef that cooks roast pig, burning ham? No. Have a good night, Jane. Take it easy. That's unfortunate. I know that they had like a really weird stipulation where if it's like if you could prove you sculpted the bits and 3D printed them yourself, you can get away. I found it way more egregious that one guy who used like AI art for his background for like the Golden Demon. That for me that was more like, okay, if you're using 3D prints that someone else made, that's fine. You know, you're buying a model. That's not different. But it's like, man, you're doing a creative thing for like Golden Demon, and you're like, AI generate background, please. Just paint a fucking background. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. The pink fleshy face. He's got like a little grill on there. I'm gonna make that all simple. Yeah, I think it was like, maybe it wasn't bad. I forget exactly what degree was used, but there was like a Golden Demon AI thing a while ago. Let me see if I can find the details, but I don't want to spread too much shit. Ah, okay. So apparently what I'm seeing is that there was this Golden Demon for a while ago had an AI background on the plinth. Yeah, I think it was, from what I'm seeing, it's this one. it was like a Exodite background kind of dealio, which, I mean, yeah, if you look at it, that tracks. I was thinking it was a different one for some reason, but maybe it's just that. Spilling the ARXR shade over and over. It's like just like a smash cut or whatever of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, those like it's so what's really annoying too is like there's a lot of 3D printed slop is now showing up on my mini factory. And it's like they always follow these like really obvious patterns. They mostly do background like terrain stuff, or they'll do generic fantasy. They'll always have like an AI generated logo. And like unfortunately, I mean a lot of people that don't that do legitimate models also have an AI generated logo, which is worried. Oh yeah, he did brag about that. God, Jesus Christ. But like and then, but it always cracks me up because they're never like, oh, this is like, I don't know, this is like Dwarves Workshop. We're working on minis. It's always like, this is my full name, which I guess maybe comes with the, you know, that kind of like soulless, like, yeah, we're just here to crank out like a million. And they always, there's always like no restraint either. It's never like, oh yeah, everybody else on my mini factory does like monthly releases, or just no, you know, or like when they do it, it's always these like AI accounts like, hey, wow, I'm a brand new account. Isn't it weird that I have 50 models that were released today? Weird. Anyway, and like it's, luckily for the most part, they're pretty obvious, and like the sculpts they do, I would not go for. And this is totally separate from people who do, anytime Games Workshop releases a new model, like they're like, oh, here's the Armageddon box content. Somebody will like take that image and try to put it through like a bunch of AI stuff to generate a 3D printable STL. Those are usually pretty jank as well. Like they're you know, they're not, they're not sculpted well, they're not handled well. So you just get like really jank bullshit. Oh, there we go. We got a little, he's got a little tassel down here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get it like deep up in like some of the armpits and stuff later, but that's fine. Yeah, the thing is, the only way you could really make the pots not spillable, and it's like they have the technology. I have one of those like the Games Workshop like paint cups that I forget if I was gifted that or if I just picked one up just because I needed one at the time. And it's got a like, is it a flared base when the base is wider? I think so. I think that's right. But it's got one of those. The pots aren't. They could do that to the pots. It would definitely take more plastic and whatever, and I have to imagine it'd probably make it more expensive. But like, they legitimately do have the technology to make those like harder to spill. They just don't. Yeah, there's been a couple of times. I think I did fall for one of those, unfortunately, which was really sad. But like, yeah, that sucks. God, this shit sucks. Because like it's always the crazy thing too, where it's like not even just like the fact that they're doing this, but it's also just like the rate. Where it's like these people have like no restraint. They'll just be like, yeah, you know, I just made like these like full on crazy sketches every day forever. And like I know some artists do like dailies and stuff like that, but like you never see like work in progresses, or you never see like I did a cute little doodle just because, you know. Sometimes an artist will just doodle because doodle fun. Doodling's fun. Like no. Fucking sucks. I hate it. Bleh. But yeah, I'm lucky I don't have to deal with that too much though. I've been pretty thankful for avoiding a lot of that shit. God. We're glad that we got it immediately. That would be like a nice little thing to catch before. I think a lot of this is just gonna require me just to like stage this guy on a base. I'm also gonna try to do that thing too where it's like you take the base and you just kind of like, so like flat's pretty good, but like if you angle things, like it looks pretty legit. I think this guy maybe something like that. Or like even like a very slight incline. Thank you for the hydrate. It actually does look like probably time to ollie out for the night. Which, hey, we did it. So I was God. So like it was really sucked because last stream I was like, oh, um, like I'm feeling comfortable because all the stuff is working. Yippee, let's go. And then like it immediately broke. And then the stream immediately died. Luckily that was a fluke. But yeah, thanks for coming, everybody. It feels good to be back at like a more normal capacity. Schedule wise, it really did. This 4 hours went really, really fucking quick. Schedule wise, on Thursday we will be going back to Half-Life 2. I'm deep in that like Combine base, so that's gonna be fun. On Sunday, I will be painting, probably, assuming I get them done in time. I want to start working on my Mordheim rats. So yeah. And with that, I'm gonna cut the YouTube people loose. So bye, YouTube people. Bye. And who is